Hello there.
All right. Hello, hello. How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Uh, debating what team I'll actually use for the tournament tomorrow in Zach's server. Oh, okay, okay. You said in the tournament tomorrow. I'm like, is that not the PvP tournament for tomorrow? I didn't think that we did. But okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Okay, I think this is a little quiet. How's this now? Good? It should be fine. We'll probably do that. Take that bus. Oh yeah, yeah. Based on what you said about how it went last time, battled somebody yesterday and destroyed him using 2 Pokemon. Dude, I love it when that happens, when you can just give a nice fucking clean sweep. It's ridiculous. I do love Toxic Spikes and Stealth Rock. Dude, Toxic Spikes, Stealth Rock, and then Paralysis. Like, for anything that can't get, like, toxic, like Steel types, Paralysis. So easy. It's so easy. The Stole teams are absurd. Like, I used to do a little bit in Pokemon Showdown and stuff like that, and I used Shuckle. Dude, people fucking hate Shuckle. People fucking hate dealing with Shuckle. You're not outlasting him. You're just not. Don't know if one of my 2 Pokemon that I can use it for can learn it. That does suck. All right, but yeah, welcome back to Bird in the Bug podcast. Um, Unfortunately, Corvian is not able to be here again today. Potentially, he might hop in. I don't know though. So if that happens, cool and great. But unfortunately, maybe like it doesn't seem likely. Unfortunately, yeah, we still do though have a guest. Today, I'm actually doing this with LuzGreenFrog, and she'll be in today. All right, I think it should be good, and she should be able to speak now.
I can speak. It's wonderful to be able to speak once more.
All right, there we go. Yep, it's coming through. Beautiful.
Okay, good.
So yeah, we
Ooh,
today we're doing anime best boys.
best boys.
Uh, the the best topic really. What's better than anime men? Hmm?
Exactly. There's nothing better.
It's going to be hopefully not heated, but I know that we've both been passionate about quite a few of these shows. And I mean, honestly, why else be here unless there's a level of investment and passion?
That's true.
So if you can't get passionate about all of this stuff, then honestly, it feels like kind of what's the point? If it doesn't grab you, what's the point?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but it can grab you in all like the worst ways too.
What, like Hisoka?
Look, we were having a great time. You didn't have to mention the pedo.
That's usually how it goes. That's usually how it goes. Like, oh man, we're having a great time. And then all of a sudden, someone makes just the most inappropriate joke, or somebody mentions the wrong person, and everything shifts. Like, "Oh, we're having a great time? Oh, yeah, well, have you considered the big Steen?" Fucking
Have you
what?
considered you can always see your nose? Like, I didn't need that information. Thank you.
Okay, and
Oh, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate that. I am not streaming this. I'm just here to talk about the men's
the vibe
and to
and
let
have
my freak
fun.
show fly.
Okay, so some of these I won't be able to really discuss because I don't know them. And some of these also, um, just will not be ranked. So some of them will be ranked mostly by Jenny, and although I'll try to have a discussion about it where I can, some of them won't be ranked because I made a lot of this list with Corvian in mind. So characters like Zora, I won't be able to rank. But a lot of them also we added recently for Jenny, so that way there'd be a little bit more that we could get into as well. Also, the fact that after reading this message you have to consciously breathe, that doesn't really work on me. Also, two stalling Pokemon can't learn any electric moves. That's tragic. That's rough,
That
man.
is tragic.
All right.
But I mean, stealth rocks, poison spines. This is such a good combo. Such an annoying combo.
You know what's really funny is that
Mhm.
when I was doing Pokemon Showdown back in my more nerdy Pokemon years, right? I would use I would use Charizard because people never expected Charizard. I did Charizard and I did Megazord Y. Okay, first off,
Right.
Megazord Y is better than Megazord X. I will fight people with. I'll throw fucking hands. I'll fist fight people over this. Okay, but I would also name it not a dragon because everyone was like, "Oh, it's gonna be the dragon one." They'll expect it to be the dragon one, and so they'll use a dragon move, expecting it to work. It doesn't work, and then I annihilate them. It never failed me. Um, and so I one time I came in. with Charizard. I put it out, hit Stealth Rocks, took off a fucking quarter of its health, right? And so someone saw not a dragon, and so they're like, oh, easy, easy. And so they did. I think it was they did was it like Dragon and Claw or something. No, not Dragon Claw. What's the special attack one?
Dragon Breath?
No, that's 60 base power. It's like 90 base power, I think. Dragon Pulse, that's it. They
I
did
think
Dragon Pulse,
there it is.
and they were doing it like, oh, this is gonna run through him easy. And Megazord Y, I survived. I did my own Dragon Pulse. Dead. They died. Easy. Fucking annihilated.
That's funny.
And then they messaged me, like they messaged in the chat, like, I thought you were lying. Like I knew you would. I banked on you thinking I was lying about this. If you
Ferrothorn, Toxic Pit,
if
Chansey,
if I did
Dragapult.
this with you thinking that I wasn't lying, it wouldn't fucking work. I'll probably be using Ferrothorn, Toxapex, Chansey, Dragapult, Tinkaton, and Gotch. I will never face you. That sounds like the most annoying fucking battle you could possibly have.
Yes, the answer is yes, especially if Garchomp has rough skin, and then you have the tank Chansey, and then you have Toxapex and Ferroth. Yeah, just don't mess with that team, basically.
Are you gonna do the at some point you need to do the level 1 Aaron with Endeavor, Sturdy, and the Shell Bell with Endeavor. You have to at some point. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I yes.
Okay. Problem with our current tournaments is everything is set to the same level. Oh, okay, okay, that sucks. If you can't
Uh,
level, well then you can't really abuse the Aaron. Well, that
yeah.
doesn't okay, that sentence is not what I intended it to be. Alright. Alright. So before we get into the list, let's go over some of the people you'll see here. So we have Nalia from Girlfriend, Sebastian from Black Butler. We have Mob from 100, Mob Psycho. We have Legacy, Denji. We have Shadow from Eminence and Shadow. We have Maru from Heavenly Delusion, Meliodas, Ichigo. This is Natsuo from Domestic Girlfriend. Okaroon, Gojo from My Dress Up Darling. Alucard, Minato. Why am I blanking on this fucking guy's name? Half of them look alike. I know exactly what this is too. I'm the
Sorry.
one who fucking put this list together, which is the most frustrating part to me.
Right?
Um, I'm blanking on his name so hard. That's now y'all. That's Natsuo. They all have so many fucking similar names. I'm just gonna fucking check it. Bullshit. This is bullshit. I deserve better than this. Didn't do anything. Ah, god damn it. Moving past that until I fucking get to it. We have Shirogane, we have Kirishima, we have Machio, we have Guts, Jean, Jinchi. Jinchi's one where we won't be able to rank either. Because I've not seen Apothecary and neither has Jenny. We have
I
Kirito,
have not.
Krillin, L, Lelouch. We have the guy from Aharen, Sakurai. That's Sakurai. Why am I blanking on this guy's name now? I can only know one name at a time, apparently.
Are you talking about the Hero Academia one?
No, that's Kirishima.
Did we just talk about the little cutie next to him?
Hmm? Uh,
Wait,
the,
where are we at in this list?
we're up to this guy here, the one next to Lelouch.
I have eyes. Oh, I don't know who that is. I was there before I got here.
It's from Aharen. Rido, that's it. His name is Rido. So that's from Aharen. Then we have Natsu, we have Rentaro, Gojo from JJK, Spike, Lloyd Forger, Genos, Taiju, Kuroko, Zoro, like I said, we won't be able to rank. And from here on is when we start to get into like the stuff partially where we're adding the ones that Jenny's seen and I have not. So if you want to start to take over with some of these ones that I don't know and
Yeah, I
introduce
have
them.
to look his name up again because it's such a weird name. It's hard to remember, but I know of him. This one is Kohei Inuzuka from Sweetness and Lightning. And then we have Ginkgo from Mushishi, Rurouni Kenshin from Rurouni Kenshin. I don't know this next guy, so
So the
it's
next
all
one
you.
is Takumi from Initial D, and then we have Zaya Orihara, and then this one's you as well.
This is Toya from Card Captor Sakura.
We have Archer from Fate Stay Night. We have Roy Mustang. We have Kazuma. Then we have Sora, Hilawa, and then I think the rest are
This
basically
is
yours.
Kyo from Fruits Baskets. Hopefully Kira gets in the stream.
Hopefully,
Maybe she'll know Kyo.
he definitely does. He definitely does. Uh, Rengoku.
Rengoku from Demon Slayer.
Go ahead.
You know Vash from Trigon?
Yeah, but like you're more familiar, so I was hoping that you would introduce him.
Oh, Vash from Trigon. Just left me hanging. I was like, okay, he's got this. Just
You
like,
left me
yeah,
hanging.
those are things.
I was. You left me hanging because like you're going after Kyo, you had Rengoku because these are the ones that you're more familiar with, and so I was just like, mm-hmm. And then you just blanked on Vash, and I was just like,
I
"Fuck
didn't
it."
blank on him. I was like, he knows
But
Vash.
you
It's
went
fine.
silent. I was just like, fucking, I don't know, man. Like this is one that you've seen.
Continue.
We have Thorfinn, then Hal from Hal's Moving Castle, Haku
Heck
from
yeah.
Spirited Away, Himmel, and these two are yours as well.
Okay. I suddenly blinked on the name. Okay. This is Shin Karino from Kotaro Lives Alone, Gowry from The Slayers, and Sungjin Woo because we had to add him because
He's he
he's the
exists.
only character in the anime
We have to add him
from
because
Solo
he
Leveling.
exists for whatever reason. All right. Now,
Exactly.
I think this is going to be a conversation that Vital is going to probably adore.
Where
Because,
has Vital been?
I don't know, usually he is in within the first minute,
Right?
but
Where's
it
Vital
is a
at?
little bit late. I think I know about three
Sure.
quarters of the characters. All right. Well, if you disagree with us, you're wrong. No, no, like, if you disagree with
If
us,
you disagree
fucking
with me, you're
voice
probably
your
right.
opinions, bro. Like, I want to hear it. Like,
Hmm.
there's a reason for the format that we have. It's for the discussion around it. So,
Hmm.
have you seen Girlfriend Girlfriend?
No.
Okay, this fucking show.
Oh
Okay,
no.
so you would assume based on the premise, right?
Hmm.
It's a harem anime. It's a stupid harem anime. You would assume this guy fucking sucks, right? That's the general assumption, and that's usually the case. This guy's not that bad, actually. Okay, he's not that bad,
Hmm.
and the reason, so it's hard to talk about him at points, okay? Because on episode one, you kind of like him, and then
Right.
the problem is he's also kind of a dick, and not in the way that you're probably thinking, because he loves and is dedicated to his girlfriends, right? That's right. You heard an S there. Girlfriends, plural. Okay. He's been seeking out one girl. Her name is Saki Saki, and he's been dedicated to her for years. Eventually, she said yes to going out with him. Okay. She finally said yes to going out with him. And then literally like down like a couple of weeks later or some shit, another girl confesses her love to him, and he's just like, hmm. So here's the thing. I'm already seeing someone, but you are phenomenal. What if maybe I date you too? But we have to get confirmation from my current girlfriend. Okay. Now, if you do that, you are a shit boyfriend. Generally speaking, you are a shit boyfriend. Okay? You are just choosing that you want to date another girl who, by the way, didn't really, you don't know. He just met her that day. He was just like, wow, she did some nice things and she's cute. Maybe I love her. We'll see. Like, dude, you've known Saki Saki for years. What the fuck are you talking about? How is this a competition? But he partially earns you back a little bit. He kind of wins you back a little bit because now y'all is incredibly dedicated to the women in his life, and like he really does care about them very, very deeply, and he doesn't like go out of his way to try and mistreat them. So he's a weird one to try and have to rank because if you're going based on the first episode where he's like, "Look, Saki, I'm very dedicated to you," but Nagisa over here is fine as fuck. And did you see the lunch that she cooked me? That was tasty. So what if we dated together? Like, if it's just that, trash, right? That's pretty trash. His level of dedication, you could put into bad. But he earns you back a lot through the rest of the series to the point where I think you go good or great. Like, he's not
Mm,
the
I
star
can't
of the
really
show.
say, honestly.
He's not the star of the show. I would say the star of the show is definitely Shino, which is one of the other girls. But
Hmm.
like he's a character who wins you back. So I think I'll go good with a potential to move him to great, but I'm thinking good just because he wasn't he wasn't cheating. He did this with acknowledgement and permission. I wanted to do a terrestrialized Shedinja, but no terrestrialization allowed. Rough. I don't think that's when we got to a level of Pokemon that I just didn't care for. I mean, I didn't care for it. Like I think it was after Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I didn't really give a shit. Um, but yeah, that's when it was like very much so. I'm not really paying attention. I don't even think I ever finished that game. All right, Sebastian. This is another one you don't know, correct?
Oh no, I know Sebastian.
But
It's Blue.
you're not familiar with, right?
Oh no, I am very
So
familiar. I'm
yeah,
very
Baloo.
intimately familiar with Black Butler.
I thought you said you hadn't watched it.
I watched season 1 and I swore to myself I was not touching season 2
All right,
because
that's correct. Sorry, that's
I've read the
correct.
manga and I am no, I will not watch that trash. They could just go away.
Okay, so this is we're going based on the anime, unfortunately, instead of the manga. So, what do you want to say about
Wait, you
Sebastian
added
in
you
the
added
anime?
tears. Oh no, I have to refresh now.
I didn't add tears.
Yeah, because mine only has bad boy. Mine doesn't have trash boy or no.
Oh, okay.
You've added
Just change the
tears.
typing of Shedinja to electric with a balloon, lol. Can
It's
you
so mean though.
can you do that? Because
Yeah.
I thought the whole thing was with a balloon that it's immune to ground type moves until it gets hit once, and then the balloon pops, and then it's not immune to ground type moves again.
Well, that is true. Yes, but I mean, you only need that one turn with
Hmm.
Shedinja.
Right. Um. I sorry, I did add Trash Boy. I know it wouldn't let me add that when I was crafting the tier list. That's why.
Well, you're gonna
Um.
have to resend that link to me though, because it's not updating.
Oh no, you could just add it like via the gears thing. Like
Okay.
hit the gear, add a row below, and then you can adjust from there.
I if I can find my Discord again.
Still pretty OP, just having a single type effectiveness. Yeah, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, absolutely stunning.
All right,
Shedinja's completely like underrated.
right. So do you want to talk about Sebastian?
It's unfortunate that Sebastian's potential didn't really get realized in the anime because they produced the first season of the anime before the manga was even finished. But I guess in the context of the anime itself, I would say that he's pretty decent. Like, yeah, he's under oath, he's under contract and everything, and that's obvious through the entire anime.
Mhm.
But um I kind of appreciate it because like at the end of the very first season, this is going to be spoilers. He's rowing the boat with Sebastian over the river Styx. And it still seems like, despite the fact that technically Seal Phantom Hive is dead, you know, he still seems to have a fondness for the boy.
Mm.
And I kind of like that. So I would say I'd say he's mediocre because it's not the manga and you don't get to see that dedication fulfilled.
So I have a question.
What the
How good of a character do you think it would be, like in terms of his morality? How good of a character do you think he would
morality?
be if he wasn't under
Mm,
contract, if he wasn't under oath? Do you think he'd be like, "Oh, well, you know what? I'm free. I can just go ahead and kill everybody if I wanted to." Because I mean, he is a demon.
I still think he wouldn't hurt Seal because Seal Phantom Hive, I think, earned his respect
Okay,
even
but what about
outside of the
others?
contract.
But do you like?
Others probably.
So you like? Oh, well, you know what? That's a town over. Maybe it won't inconvenience CL. I'll just slaughter all of those people.
Hmm. I do wonder. I don't think he has that in him. Like there are demons that are like that, and you do kind of see them in the manga.
Like Grell.
Um, yeah, who would happily just slaughter everyone and
Yeah.
give no craps. Um, but I think Sebastian has standards.
Okay.
So I'd still want to put him in the good category because he has potential to be great. He is great in the manga, but in terms of the anime, he kind of balances between good and mediocre, and only because his potential wasn't realized because the anime sucks.
Yeah. I love my Shedinja IVs, base IVs, 0 special attack, 1 attack, 2 speed, 26 HP, 28 special defense, and 10 defense. Dude, that's gonna get 1 tap.
Pool bottom aura cheese will
I don't know what
delicious.
that is.
Aura cheese is like it's a type of blue cheese that's produced in Finland.
Okay. I do like blue cheese.
It's good stuff.
So you're more familiar with Sebastian than I am, probably. I've seen a lot more of the show, but my brain purged it, and so like you're probably more familiar with it than me. Luckily for me, my brain purged it. Um,
Fair enough.
and so well, I'll default to you, leave him in good, and now we have Mob. Mob is a fucking sweetie. Okay, he's not aggressive and overbearing. He's a very atypical main character. He's immensely powerful, though he doesn't like to use his power, which is nice. His struggles are largely personal struggles rather than struggles of power. So it is about him as a character, which I do like. Um,
He's pulling his cock out!
I am pulling my cock out. Thank you, Blue. Um, so I think I'm gonna go Great Boy because spoiler for Mob Psycho, in the end of the show, he does get rejected, which is okay.
Woo!
And he,
Yeah,
while he's sad about
baby!
it,
That's what I've been waiting
he's just
for. That's what it's all about.
willing to accept it.
Woo!
He doesn't fight. He's not like, no, no, you can't reject. No, he's just like, oh. okay, and he's okay, and that's sad. Like willing to accept rejection is, I think, a positive thing overall. Um, he's a very strong character, but I will say his level of being passive and introvert, I think that does hurt him as a character, not as a character, but as a best boy, right? So I want to leave him in great. If I think there could be more to him where he could earn a best boy, but the show's done, and so great boy is still okay. It's still a good positioning.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, do you want to go legacy?
Best boy.
Really?
Okay, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Lego Sheep goes through hell through the entire anime, fighting his base instincts, right? He's constantly at odds with himself and what his nature means, right? And then he has to give up that battle when he eats that other guy's leg. I forget his name. What is his name?
uh
Oh my gosh.
Pulu, I'm not showing belly. I'm sorry, but thank you for the bits. I don't show belly. That's not what I do.
But you could show her those guns.
This one.
Burning.
I keep that shit on me.
Oh my god. Australia would be wild.
Like then, this feels so weird. Not much there to flex in this lighting. Anyways, that was so American. I get it. All right. But yeah, legacy.
And like in the anime, he eats that. What is that dear dude's name? My god.
Rui.
Yes, he eats his leg. So he essentially gives up the battle and gives into his baser instincts to fight the big baddie. Whose
Melon.
name I also can't
Why do you
remember.
keep saying melon?
Melon?
Yeah, she keeps saying melon.
Hello?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I've only watched season 1, so I didn't know that.
Oh, well,
Yeah, it's fine.
I've seen all of them. So we about to get into Lego Sheep. Like he likes the rabbit girl. And
Haru. Yeah.
it's yeah. And it's clear that he's not even put off by the fact that she's been around. And he's always gentle with her no matter what, which is something that she's not had before because she's used to being used because that's how she makes her way in the world.
Yeah.
But Lego, she's different because he's not there to use her. He loves her. And that ties into his whole conflict about being a carnivore. And when he has to give up his fight with being a carnivore, he ends up going through what they call withdrawals.
Yeah.
And because he's eaten the meat of an herbivore, which is in their base instincts as carnivore. And he goes through these really bad withdrawals and he meets this panda guy whose name I'm blanking on,
Yeah, I
who
remember him,
helps
yeah.
yeah, who helps him through these withdrawal symptoms.
This was when he
And
like shaved himself, right?
yeah, and he like quit school, he went into hiding, he left his like whatever he had that you could consider family.
Yeah, he went to the black
And
market, I remember.
yeah, and he fights a really hard battle. Like that's why to me he's best boy because he wins that battle.
Hmm.
And he becomes someone by the end of the third season, which is the last season. By the end of the third season, he becomes this person who you look at and you look at the hunched over, somewhat awkward, shy Lego she, and he's so indistinguishable from that person because he took that journey. He's taken that journey. And he's become someone who's stronger, kinder, gentler, and all around just his character arc is amazing through that whole series.
Okay, so I will have to default to you on this one because I only watched season 1 so far. If we were leaving it to season 1, I would leave him in either great or good, right? But
Mm,
because I think what holds him back is how passive and reserved he is.
mm,
But considering that you say that throughout the anime and towards the end of the show, by the end of the show, he's a completely different character where he has
mm,
a lot of strength to him, right? And he's not just some meek character, some meek fucking teenage boy, right?
mm.
Um, I think that helps him significantly as a character because if you think about
And
again,
last
what
I
I
checked, playing with myself, I didn't need to always have people with me, okay? It's fun to goon with others, but
thanks, Blue.
sometimes you should have the right to goon by yourself, okay?
Okay, so but what I think him leveling being a passive meek character would hurt him as a bit because if you think about what a best boy is, I think that
Mm,
being a best boy is a little bit more than just being a kind person, right? So if
mm,
you're saying that he does like develop and become a strong character, I think that is
mm.
worthy of being in this tier.
Yeah,
So I'll default to you on that one.
fair enough.
Do you want to talk about Denji real quick?
Mm. So I haven't seen all of Chainsaw Man. I think I saw seasons 1 and 2. I think there's a third season, isn't there? Or like a movie?
So there's only season 1 out right now, and there's also a movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen the movie.
I haven't seen the movie either, so we're talking about it
Okay.
without considering the movie. Okay, that's fair. I'm cool with that. As long
Okay.
as we have that clarification.
Okay. Well, um, I think he's funny.
He is.
he's he's one of these characters that, like, yeah, he's the protag, but how do I even talk about Denji? Oh my God,
Vegeta.
he's
So like
he's
oh
so
god.
out of left field
He's not generic anime
that,
protag. He's not.
yeah, he
Yeah.
really isn't.
Um and I think that a lot of people would go into something like a Chainsaw Man and
Mm,
expect like generic anime protag. They're expecting to have like another fucking Naruto ripoff, right?
yeah.
Oh, look, it's MC who's granted this power by having this unwelcome demon monster thing inside of him, and that thrusts him into this world of like this level of fights and stuff. No. So while that is kind of what happens, it's kind of a fake out in
Mm,
the same way because it goes deeper than just this generic anime protag where it's a Naruto ripoff or an Ichigo ripoff, right?
yeah.
Where it's a much more different anime than you would expect if that's what you're thinking. Um, he is essentially a fucking abuse victim,
He is.
right?
Man, the like you don't expect it in the first episode, but man, he went through some crap. Oh my gosh, he's been through the ringer.
And the thing about well, so we'll talk about the show, and I think there's a thing about the show that does it well, and why it's fooled a lot of people, right? So a lot of
Mm,
people don't see him as like a straight up abuse victim, but they do that. That's I don't know if that's intentional, but I think it's done because of the intentional designs around Makima. Makima
mm,
is the abuser. She is. But
mm-hmm,
if you think about like the way that a lot of abusers are, they're supposed to be convincing. That's
mm,
what they are. They're in a sense, they're all trying to seduce you. Not necessarily sexually to seduce you, but they're trying to to essentially groom you to be their victim, to come at their beck and call, to heed to them
mm,
specifically. And so if you're thinking about what like an abuser can be and what some of the because we abuse isn't just strictly you you date me and I beat you up. That's not strict, like, that's obviously abuse, but that's not what an abuser strictly is. There's other ways to abuse people. And the more grooming and suggestive and manipulative way to abuse people is more so what she does, right? And
Mm.
it does it well enough that a lot of people see their relationship as romantic rather than abusive. So I think that
Yeah,
changes
it's
him as a
definitely
character.
manipulative for
Yeah,
sure. Because it's very clear from the onset that Denji isn't mentally all there. Like he's
yeah,
been through so much that and he's been so socially isolated that maybe he doesn't understand the nuances of like these relationships that he's having. And I think the most normal relationship he has is with
power.
um power, right? Because there's they're kind of similar in a lot of ways
Yep,
with this like childlike mindset.
yep. Um, but because so if you think about what Best Boy is, he doesn't fit it particularly well. There's a lot of if we're talking quality of character, he's very, very fucking high. But
Mm,
because of all of the the baggage that he has, the emotional baggage that he has, right? And his, let's say, lack of emotional development, that
mhm.
significantly hinders him, I think.
Yeah,
So I think I want to go good boy.
I would agree with that. Denji's a good boy.
He's definitely ahead of Sebastian. He's definitely ahead of Sebastian. Um,
Yeah, I would accept that.
I would,
Sebastian kind of borders on good mediocre, but that's only because anime.
yeah, and Denji is a perfect middling of good boy, and I would say Naoya is good to great.
Hmm.
All right,
But I can't speak on now, yeah, so
now we have Shadow from the Eminence in Shadow.
can't speak on it.
He is either bad or trash. As a show, I like the show. Okay, as a character, I enjoy his character. But if you think about what a good boy is, he ain't that. He does not fucking care for his harem at all. He does not like them. Like he doesn't dislike them, but he like he's so dedicated to just cultivating this image of himself and just having fun in this isekai world. That's all he cares about is having fun in this isekai world. So they are tools for that. He sees them as tools. That is not a best boy by any fucking means. Okay. Currently working, so I'm gonna lurk. I refuse to lose my streak. So going to like have a good stream. All good, man. Can we get a shout out for Vital as well, please?
No.
Say no. All right.
No, I got this.
All good. But yeah. So he is not a good boy, but I will say the only thing that keeps him out of Trash Boy, he does not mistreat them. So I want to leave him in Bad Boy. I think.
That's a bit of a low bar, but okay.
Well, that's what makes them trash. He's not good, but he doesn't mistreat. So that keeps him
Hmm.
out of trash.
Fair
He's not a
enough.
he's not a good guy for them, but he's not horrible. That's what keeps him in
I'll
trash.
accept it.
So I think that's the
You're welcome, Vital.
differentiation there. I think that's fair.
Hmm. Fair enough, fair enough.
All right, now we got Maru from Heavenly Delusion as a character. Great boy, great anime. Fucking love the show. I heard there was a season 2 because of you, and I'm so goddamn hyped. As a best boy, he may still be a great boy. He is very strong as a character and very strong as a good boy. I without getting into spoilers, because I do want you to watch this. It's a very easy watch because it's only like a few episodes. It's 12 episodes currently, I believe. Um, it's very strong as a show. So I do want you to watch it. So I'm not gonna get into any spoiler territory. He's a fucking great boy. He absolutely is. Okay. Strength of character, reliance on the but his partner that's there, right? When I mean partner, I mean like the person he's just going through his journey with, right? Um, and there's a lot to say about him. That his level of integrity is phenomenal. He's willing to assert where he needs to. He's willing to be more reserved where he needs to. So it's not just like some overbearing guy who has to control everything. Like, that's a great boy. All right. Meliodas. How much have you watched of Seven Deadly Sins?
I've watched quite a bit of it. And I'm gonna have some strong opinions about that.
He's pulling his cock out.
About that anime in general.
One second, I can't. Okay, say that again. Sorry, Norman's redeemed, so I couldn't heal.
Okay. Also, I have to shout him out, so give me just a second.
I can do that while you're talking. It's fine.
Oh, potatoes.
I'll do it. You talk.
So, Meliodas is, for me, right off the bat, mediocre.
I would agree.
And I'm gonna have to explain this reasoning, though.
Mhm.
Because, and the only thing probably keeping him out of trash is the fact that he's at least obviously kind. But it's one of those situations where it's like he's kind, but it feels very forced.
It feels like he's kind, so that way we don't hate him because he's the MC and they want us to like the MC.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
It feels like it was designed. That's
Yep.
what I was looking for.
SDI's best boy, in my opinion, isn't even Meliodas. I'm guessing you're thinking it's Barn. I considered putting Barn here as well. So
Yeah.
it could be a toss up between them.
Me and Barn, we're gonna have to have a discussion on that.
You call him Barn? Like what houses animals?
Oh, I can't. What is his name again?
Barn.
Look,
No
I'm
R.
very.
BAN.
I am very tired. But yeah, Vaughn. He's. That whole situation with his dead girlfriend was weird.
It was.
It's like, don't like that. Because he used to be like my favorite one out of all of them. I was like, he has this tragic backstory, his girlfriend's dead, and then they brought her back, and I was like, I was hoping he was gonna move on and grow to be this really interesting character because Meliodas was such a fucking Mary Sue. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to swear like that.
But that's discussing the quality of the show rather than the character.
Yeah. But Vaughn, he's good.
Wait.
I liked him. Meliodas is mediocre though.
Do you see Rentaro? Am I missing him?
Who?
Rentaro. Am I not seeing him?
I don't know who that is.
Oh yeah, he's there. He's there. Okay, I missed him.
Oh, okay.
All good.
But yeah, my ranking is mediocre.
Yeah, here's the thing, there's a plenty about Meliodas which could bump him up, right? His level of dedication to Elizabeth is very admirable. That's nice. But the thing is, if you're thinking about this from her end, okay, she comes back, she doesn't know Meliodas, okay? And then he's gropey with her right away. So from her end,
crazy.
she's getting groped by a stranger on the fucking daily. So honestly, mediocre is maybe generous. It might be generous. Okay, because his dedication to her, even though like she dies, that's great. Okay, you know what? I like that. As a thing, I actually really fucking like that. But while you have memory of her, she doesn't have memory of you, bro. So what the fuck are you doing? Like, it doesn't give you like that's not a green light to grope her. Like if say for example, me and my partner both died, we came back, we had memory of each other, and then one of the early things that I do is grab her. We have memory of each other, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
If she had no memory of me, and I knew she had no memory of me, and one of the first things I did was grope her, I'm fucking trash.
Mhm.
So,
100%.
like, honestly, that might put him in bad.
Yeah. I mean, I say he's mediocre because when I think of mediocrity, I think of someone who just doesn't really, like, inspire anything out of you, but yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, bad might actually be better category.
'cause in a sense, what there's a lot of very that thing that his dedication to Elizabeth is incredibly admirable.
Mhm.
From her end, she just gets sexually assaulted.
That's true. Yeah.
Like, no, fuck you, bro. And it's not even in like the anime way, right? In a more tasteful anime way, I should say, because this is trash anime way, not tasteful anime way. And if you're thinking
Yeah.
best boy, you're having to attach some level of um of suspension of disbelief about situations, and we have to have some consideration for anime isms and stuff like that. But
Mhm.
considering how regular it is and how quick it is, you have to take that into account. So, like, yeah, it's not in her eyes because it's anime isms. It's not like traumatizing her. That doesn't make it good.
Yeah, no.
I think that he's like bad to mediocre just because like it's just kind of the problem of the format with like
Mm.
sexuality when it comes to anime. Just because anime gets quite sexual. But that's a
It
whole other
does.
conversation about the format in its entirety.
Yeah.
All right, Ichigo.
You're gonna probably have to talk more about Ichigo because I read the manga and didn't see the anime.
So Ichigo, he's not my best boy. My best boy is the Chad himself, Kenpachi Zaraki. That's my goat. But if
I can respect that.
we're talking about what a best boy is, that's more so Ichigo. Now, I think he chose wrong. I like Orihime. She's fine. She is not the best girl of the show. She's not even the second best girl of the show. You would have to make an argument for third. She is not better than Rukia. She is not better than Yoruichi. She's just not. But
Yeah, I would have liked to see Ichigo get with Rukia, honestly.
that's kind of
But
like the pairing that most people have. Like it's Rukia and Ichigo.
hmm.
And but you okay, that aside, he's kind, he's strong, acknowledges of other people's strengths, he's protective. All of these are very good qualities. Okay, he's not dismissive of the abilities of others. That's really nice. Is that Archer I see in the middle-ish third row? Yes. So like that's all very good. He has like emotional like depth to him. It's not just kind of like Meliodas where he's just Mr. MC. There's more emotional depth to him. And so I think I want to put him in great.
I can accept that. Yeah. Even in the manga, yeah. It's feels like Great is a good one.
So with Bleach, I haven't read the manga, but
So long.
as well as much as I know, right? The biggest change from the manga to the anime is actually how they treated Orihime. They made Orihime a much worse
Mm.
character. That's what I've heard. I cannot confirm, but apparently it's Studio Perio that did that. And apparently they did that to another anime too. I think that was I can't remember. I don't want to speculate and actually accidentally give misinformation. But yeah, they did that to Orihime. Apparently that's the biggest change. I don't know if it's the only one though.
Mm.
So all right. And the last one for me in a row is Natsuo, right here. I hate this man. Okay? I fucking hate this man. I could argue him into no. I'm thinking trash because we're just going by anime. Okay. Let me tell you how much I fucking hate this guy. Okay. This Natsuo right now, he is my male Chizuru. Okay? And this is from an anime I enjoy. Okay, this is from an anime I enjoy. Domestic girlfriend. And again, we're only doing the anime. The manga gets so much worse. Is the MC from Rent a Girlfriend there? No. 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 I'm not doing that.
Rude.
But, okay. Natsuo. You would assume that this is going to be generic slop. He could only hope to be a generic slop MC in a harem anime. He could only hope to be as good as that. This guy fucking sucks. Okay. So this is how the show goes. Okay. I've talked about this show before, but I really need to go over this and how much I fucking hate this guy. Okay. Episode 1. He's at a mixer, right? And he loses his virginity with some girl. That's cool.
Okay.
Okay. Whatever. You know what? You don't necessarily want to go to X place. You don't want to go your entire life being a virgin. And he's trying to get over his crush that he has on his teacher. You know what? Having a crush on your teacher as a high
Oh, I
school boy,
remember this rant.
that's pretty normal. That's pretty normal. Okay, not a problem there. We're good. We're still good. Okay, we're still good. Okay, and he's trying to get over his crush on his teacher. Fine. So he tries to go on, and he goes to this mixer and sleeps with this girl, loses his virginity, trying to progress, and then try not to have a crush on his teacher because, hey, that's your teacher. We're fine. Okay? They, apparently, those two, unbeknownst to him at that time, were actually sisters. Okay, you know what? It's not your fault. You didn't know. You didn't know. That's not your fault. You're good. As a character, you're fine. Okay? And then his dad, as it turns out, is marrying their mum. Okay? Still not your fault. You didn't do anything. Okay? You're good. You're A-okay. The parents get married. The sisters move in. Cool. On the first fucking night, he attempts to sexually assault the teacher who he has a crush on. The first night. Because she gets drunk and sleeps on the couch. And he, while she was passed out, was going to kiss her. Day fucking 1. You cunt. Day 1. Okay? And then we go through this whole fucking roller coaster. Okay? In this show of he likes his teacher, Rui, the one that he slept with, the younger sister, the one that he slept with, she likes is developing feelings for him and is slowly starting to realize her feelings for him. Okay? Rui, good character. I like Rui. Okay. But Natsuo, while pursuing her sister, is making out with her on the regular. So, what the fuck? And here's the real problem, okay? So some people would say, well, that's your sister, so that's a problem. They're like 17 when they meet. So it's not like they have a sibling relationship. That's a whole other conversation. Is that he starts dating his adult teacher while, like, he went on a date with his adult teacher while he has that relationship with his other sister. So he's cheating on one of his sisters with the other sister. What the fuck are we doing here? Okay? What the fuck are we doing here? Okay? And so he then the older sister finds out about that shit. Okay, and then she's upset about it because of course she is, and the younger sister doesn't know that he went on a date with the older sister, so she doesn't know. She's like, hey, like I just like this guy. I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I don't see the issue. Like again, because Rui's the goat of this show. She's like the only redeemable character. Okay. And then it gets even fucking worse, because of course it does, because this guy is the fucking worst. He he eventually starts dating the older sister. Okay, they have a like semi pedophilic relationship. Well, no, just a pedophilic relationship. She's an adult, he's not. And then he keeps having fucking hookups with Rui. Just regular cheating on both of his sisters. What the fuck? And because he's cheating, he's constantly lying to her about where he is. So he's lying to his sister girlfriend. Fucking anime, man. Well, so he could cheat on his sister girlfriend with his other sister girlfriend. Trash. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, I can respect that. Yeah,
Piece of shit.
he sounds like a trash human being in general.
That human being, that's fucking generous.
Yeah, dang.
What did I just hear? My unfiltered hatred of Natsuo from the anime domestic girlfriend. There is one redeemable aspect of that show, and that is Rui Tachibana. You could even argue no. All right, Okaroon, you've seen Dandadan.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So we agree, best boy.
Yep.
All right, do you want to talk? I went on a rant. You can talk about Okaroon for a bit.
I mean, okay. I think anybody who's gone through high school and had their like niche, weird interests. Okay, so I went to school in the 90s where anime and video games, you were still a nerd if you liked these things. I used to wear Dragon Ball Z shirts because Dragon Ball Z was fun and great.
Mhm.
And people used to be like, oh, Dragon Balls. Like, it was still like a taboo.
Mhm.
And Okaroon here, he's into aliens and the supernatural, and he gets really passionate about it when people like come to him and talk to him about it. And that is off-putting, unfortunately, for a lot of people. And
Mhm.
they're just like, oh, no. He's weird and ugly and no thanks. But then he meets, oh god, I'm blanking on the name. What's her name?
Momo
Um,
Ayase.
Yeah, Ayase. And
Miss
all of a
Ayase.
sudden, he's got someone to talk to about this stuff.
Mhm. Mhm.
And he treasures that because it's his only connection to the things that he enjoys because she's experiencing them with him.
Yep.
And, you know, you can call it a trauma bond or whatever. But I think, you know, he treasures her friendship and
Mhm.
her as a person,
Yep.
not
Agree.
just the things that they're going through.
Yeah, absolutely 100%
And
agree.
he's such a wonderful guy. He's
Mhm.
so considerate and he gives everyone such grace and kindness that if I could just be half as kind as Ogoron, I'm doing a good job.
Yeah,
He's great.
and one of the things that I like about Okarin that they did really early is that they didn't make him a complete 100% pushover, because in episode 1, right? What they do is they establish, you know what, he likes aliens, and Momo, she thinks about ghosts. Like whether or not she believes in them is like a whole other thing, right? Like at
Mhm.
episode 1, she's unsure how she views about them, but like things like ghosts and spirits is where the way that she was raised, because she was raised by her grandmother who's a medium. She doesn't know that she believes in them in the supernatural, but because like that's how she was raised, she still kind of defends it. But she's like, you know what, I believe in ghosts. He laughs. He laughs at her because he thinks that's silly, right? And I think that actually does a lot for his character because it's not just like, well, this is a person talking to me. I'll default to whatever you think. It is. That's ghosts. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Ghosts? And I think that does a lot. It's not just, I will erase half of my character and just, well, you said this, so that's the thing I value, right? So he is, even if you remove Momo Ayase, he remains to be a character with emotional depth and character
Yeah.
depth.
Yeah.
And I think that is so strong for what you can consider a character, for what you could consider a best boy. It's not just, I exist solely for you, but I treasure you with all my fucking heart.
Yeah. And also he still kind of exists outside of his relationship with Momo.
Exactly, because like I think one of the best examples is his relationship with Gigi. He found competition in Gigi, but now they're just fucking buddies. They're best pals. Those two love each other, right? He fucking cherishes his relationship with Gigi almost as much as he does with Momo, right? Because it's not
Yeah.
just Momo is the only thing that I care about because she's the girl and that's the anime situation that I'm in where we just care about each other, nothing else. Like no, he has friends that he
Yeah.
cherishes, and he will fight just as hard for Gigi. He'll fight just as hard for Ira as he would Momo.
Yep.
That's a fucking
Yep.
best boy.
And like Okarun, even though he look, and here's the thing about Okarun, he understands where he lacks.
Yep.
And he knows that there's no way he's ever going to beat Evil Eye.
Mhm.
But he really, really, really wants to be on par with Evil Eye so that he can help Gigi.
Yep.
And he works his butt off for that.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. This is a best boy, and Dan to Dan is a fucking best anime. Anyone who hasn't watched it needs to. All right.
But yeah, we're in agreement.
Yes.
Okarun, best boy.
100%. I would put him ahead of Legacy. But I've only seen season 1 from Legacy, so yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Wakano Gojo. Have you seen My Dress Up Darling?
No.
Okay. Gotta continue watching the second season, actually. Dude, I love it. I love the show. Dan to Dan is working its way up to being like a favorite anime of mine. I think that if anything could usurp Code Geass as my favorite anime, it might be Dan to Dan. Now, do I think it's as good of an anime as Code Geass? No. But in terms of like preference for it, that could rival Code Geass for me. But Wakano Gojo, I would put him in Great Boy. Okay, maybe like on just my instinct for it, my feeling for it is Great Boy. Now, going through this, I really like Wakano Gojo. He's another one who had a um a odd interest when he was going through high school, right? He likes dolls, right? Because his grandfather, who raised him, is a doll maker, right?
Aw.
And so like he'll he's trying to make like these very very intricate, very detailed, but also very small scale. So it takes a lot of skill. He likes to make dolls, and because he's a guy who like enjoys dolls, he's been bullied all throughout his entire life, basically, for being a weirdo for his interest. But he looks at them and he's like, "Wow, they're beautiful, though." So you know what? You have your interest despite people bullying you for it. That's a point in terms of like your character. That's a good boy attribute. Okay.
Mm.
Then he meets Marin, who she likes cosplay. She's a cosplayer, and she basically enlists his help to basically make her cosplays. She appreciates him. He appreciates her. Okay? She appreciates him because he's able to help her with all of these things. He's very adept and he's also very kind. He's sensitive, but like he's willing to show strength when he can muster it. When he feels he has to muster it, he will show that strength. And he appreciates her because she's opened up his life to so many more things. So they actually really work together just quite well. Um, I think because we're only up to season 2 and this is clearly going to get a like it's gonna get further, it's gonna develop more. He could be in Good Boy with a potential for Great Boy or even Best Boy.
Mm.
Because I think they're going for the slow burn with this show more than something like Okaroon and Dandadan. Because Dandadan, it is balls to the wall right from the fucking second one. Okay. Whereas this feels more slow burn in terms of their relationship and the character arcs that they're trying to build them towards. I feel like this is probably aiming to be a longer show than Dandadan's aiming to be, even though they're the same amount of seasons right now. Um, so I'm thinking either good or great. I think the level of
Okay.
obliviousness that he has hinders him a little bit because I don't find the level of obliviousness that he has to be particularly charming. But he's also
Fair
willing to
enough.
do these kind things like put in effort for cosplays and help out people who are not Marine, right? So it's not like I'm only nice to the girl because that's the girl that I like and everyone else sucks and I don't care about them. He's nice outside of
Mm.
that, which is a good boy attribute. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking good or great. I could be swayed either way.
Well, I can't speak on it, unfortunately.
I think I'm gonna leave him in good, but he's definitely high tier good.
Mm.
He could be great.
Would you
There's
put him above weird dude at the front?
now, yeah.
Yeah, that
Um,
that dude.
you know what? Yeah, I'll put him in great because Naoya's in good while he's a little bit more intensely dedicated to his girlfriends. He's never cheated on his girl. He's never cheated on Marin, and they're not even together. So yeah,
Okay, fair
I'll
enough.
put him in great. He doesn't have the baggage that Naoya has, while being similarly in the positives.
Yeah.
Alucard is in bad or trash.
Mm, I would say more bad than
I
trash.
would agree. Like as a character, he's a good character. As a
He's a
good
great
boy,
character, yeah.
he's not a fucking good
Uh-uh.
boy.
No, 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 no. If he wasn't tied to the balls to Integra, he would go on a killing spree and not ask questions.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But yeah, bad boy.
Yeah,
100%.
I feel like not much needs to be said about Alucard in this regard. I know
Mm.
that Corvian would absolutely go on about him in this because Hellsing's his favorite anime. Not a comment on him as a character, but him as a best boy. Minato Namikaze. He is probably in Good Boy. Because if you talk, it's hard to say. Because if you think about how much screen time he has, it's not very much. So we don't get the amount of depth from him that we would like Amaru, because we had a dedicated season. We don't have as much depth to him as we would like a Legacy or an Overgaroon. He's not had the same screen time and the same level of focus from the writer that those characters have. But if you think about the attributes and where he's been in the show, he's very strong as a character, as a best boy. He put a demon in his newborn son. So first off, he put half a demon. But yeah, he did that partially for his son. Knowing like, yeah, it's gonna be hardship, but I need to do this. And then also if I don't, it's going to literally end the village, it's gonna end the world, and it's gonna kill him anyway. Right? That's kind of the whole plot of Naruto. Is like, yeah, if they didn't do this thing that is horrible, but it was necessary, Kurama's killing everyone. That's what he gonna do. So Naruto would have died as well if he didn't do that. Now he could have put it in somebody else, potentially, but no one was around. That that's what he could do. Um, his level of love and protection and dedication to his wife, phenomenal. The fact that he balances that with his love and protection and dedication to the village, phenomenal. The fact that he's very gentle man, despite all his power, is very good. I should have put it in himself. Then Kurama would have died with him. So he put the other half in himself. But with how weakened he was, he couldn't. And then also he had to put it in Naruto because otherwise, guess what? No-tailed beast. The village gets overrun because they probably will get overpowered by all the other nations because they have tailed beasts. That's the thing. It's about the balance of power as well. There's the political aspect to that. If they're too weak, they're probably going to get dominated by one of the other villages. And tailed beasts are the balance of power in that world. But his level of kindness, how gentle he is, despite his strength. Someone who's gentle and kind because they're weak and pathetic, you kind of have to be. There's not really much of a virtue there. But someone who has all the strength and all the power, but is kind and gentle anyway, that's a person with morality. They're doing that because they believe it, not because they have no other way to be. So I want to put him in potentially great. Why didn't the majority of villages ever use the tailed beasts then? Because there's also still a level of fear, right? Like Gar not being able to control his tailed beasts, like his tailed beast, meant that he would go on rampages and he was still a danger, right? But if you could control it, then it was harnessed, like we saw in the Lightning Village. This with Killer Bee. But again, that's when we're getting into commentaries about execution of the show rather than the content of his character and his quality. But I'm thinking great. I think if we got more of him and it got real focus. So while we do have we probably have more screen time of Minato than we do Ogurun. Half of it is during a war arc where there's not much character stuff with him, right? Because he's not the focus of the show. The show takes place after he dies. So like, I think Great Boy is where it goes. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, I can agree with that. I've heard some pretty decent things about him.
All right, so Sakurai,
Mind you, I never got past like the snake dude arc.
Orochimaru,
So yeah, I didn't get past like they had just completed the Shinobu exams and
the
Sasuke was
tuning
just taken
exams,
in by Orochimaru. So what?
the tuning exams.
Yeah, that. And then Sasuke ran
Yep.
off with Orochimaru.
Yeah, so you've never seen him.
Sasuke. Mm-mm.
Okay.
But GT and our friends, our mutual friends, have spoken of him quite highly.
Yeah. I think GT will very much appreciate his placement though.
I think so.
All right. The Kuki Shinobu exams. Exactly.
Yes.
All right.
Uh,
Now we have
well, we're gonna
Sakurai.
have a long string of things that only you can talk about.
We are, yes. But we'll also have that for you. So it's okay.
Mm.
Maybe we'll bounce between a little bit so that way I'm not just ranting for 3 hours. All right. Sakurai. This is the character from Uzuki-chan Wants to Hang Out. It's fine. Fine character. He's nice. He treats her well. I'll put him in good. There's I because the show is primarily like while he's the MC, the show's focus is about her. Right? It's about her and her relationship with him. So while there is plenty of stuff with him, it's mostly in relation to her. Right?
Okay.
That's kind of that's gonna be the default of like a rom-com situation a lot of the time. Like you can get a little bit more interesting with it, but we'll leave it as like that sort of thing. I think he's a good character. Like in a way, I kind of relate to him a lot of times because like she bugs and pesters him, and
Mhm.
like his default is kind of like angry, but he does actually genuinely care for her and he treats her well, right? And so I like there's a level of I relate to him, but I think they need to give him more emotional depth and more depth to the relationship rather than what they've done so far. So he's
Yeah.
fine, and maybe there's more in the manga where it does do that and it would bump him up to great boy. I think he's good boy. You could even go mediocre. Um, and so that way we bounce back and forth a little bit more. Do you want to go over this guy here, the dad from what was it, Lightning and something?
Sweetness and lightning.
Yeah, yeah. You want to go over
Okay,
him?
we gotta talk about Mr. Kyohei. So his wife dies, and he's left with a very young daughter. She's like toddler age, if I remember correctly. And he is a teacher. Now, okay, you can argue that it's weird that he's hanging out with one of his students, but he's like, I think he's a teacher in like a high school, or either it's a high school or college. I can't remember. I'm more leaning towards college. Was it college? It's been a minute since I've seen this anime.
Hmm.
But anyways, so her family owns a restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
and it's almost always closed because her mom's always out like for work, and God knows where her dad is.
Mm-hmm.
And he confides into her that he has a little girl and he really doesn't know how to cook. He's been buying these like ready-made meals, which obviously aren't
Great.
healthy
Yeah, they're not great.
for like
A
little
developing child.
kids. Yeah. And he recognizes that he needs help. And she's like, "Hey, why don't you come to my restaurant? I can cook and I'll give you and your daughter a meal." And he's like, "Okay." So he shows up and eventually she ends up teaching him how to cook. And he accepts the offer because like he wants to do better for his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to give her better.
Yeah.
And like even though the girl like likes him,
Mm-hmm.
he keeps a level of distance between them because I do think she is a high schooler, and he's like, yeah, it's
It's
you're
inappropriate.
like, yeah, it's inappropriate,
Yeah.
but he does tell her that if she still likes him when she's older and of a more appropriate age, then he might consider it because his
Ooh.
daughter really likes her. So
Oh.
that can get morally a little
Yeah.
ambiguous,
Yeah.
but
That's
I mean,
ooh. That's like a grooming line. Here's the thing. I don't think that based on what you're saying, I don't think that's how you
mm,
meant it. Right? It feels like it was said more so innocently, and I'm sure the context changes it to the point
yeah,
where it's not like malicious, it's not gross or anything like that. But like
yeah, no, he like when you
unintentional
see it in
grooming
the
is still
anime.
like ooh.
Well, it's
That's
not.
that's
It's
also
not
the
that
problem of
he's.
anime.
Well, the thing of it is that he keeps the distance still, right?
Yeah.
He's like, I understand your feelings and I appreciate them, but that's you're still my student and you're going to be my student for a very long time. So maybe don't. Like he's like, and I have a daughter to look after.
Yeah.
But it's the show that kind of drives home this idea that um it's like maybe when she's older, maybe,
Hmm.
but it's not really in his character
Well,
that
that's what I was saying
he
about unintentional. Like I don't based on what you're saying, I don't think that like he's trying to manipulate her or anything like that. I think that like a lot of manipulation like happens in the world, right? Like just even
yeah,
outside of this, like it just happens in the world unintentionally.
yeah,
Um, I don't think that he's trying to be like abusive or grooming or anything like that.
he's not.
Because like otherwise you wouldn't have thought, and this wouldn't have been the first
No.
one to come to mind for you to put him into the list when I was
The
discussing
reason
these
he's
characters,
the reason he's here, and we're setting aside the whole like weird dynamic that the anime has set up for him. He's a
which
good
is a thing
father.
of the anime more so than I would say his
Yeah.
character because That's kind of the thing that happens in anime is just they have everyone be adult-like while they're still
Yeah.
in high school or middle school. They have
Yeah.
everyone act like adults while they're still in high school or middle school. So that's a
Yeah.
commentary on anime as a whole more than it is him, I think.
But him as a character, he loves his daughter.
Mhm,
He loves her above everything else.
mhm. I would hope so.
He does a lot of very not great things for himself that are good for her. And
Mhm.
he loves Sumugi very, 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 very much. And it's obvious through the entire anime where he puts her first in everything. And in my eyes, good boy. Very, very good boy.
You wouldn't put him in
Head
good
pats all
instead of
around.
great?
I think he's diminished, unfortunately, because of the context of the anime.
Do you think
That
that that
has
diminishes him so much to that because let's say, for example, that context is removed, right? Which,
oh, he'd be great boy.
would I wouldn't, um, like, say we're gonna rank him by ignoring it, right?
Okay.
But just, like, if we ignore it for right now, do you think that he would be deserving of a best boy, hypothetically?
Yeah, I could see him bumped up to best boy for sure.
Um,
Because
hmm?
I have to respect a man who loses a wife and is like, I'm lacking as a father. I need to fix this, and then fixes it.
And
Like that
he
takes a
doesn't
set of balls that you know I did not expect.
like, completely fall apart. I think that's absolutely
Yeah,
best boy points. Um I think if you would argue that he would be best boy, if it not for the context, I think that could put him into great boy when we do consider the
yeah,
context of the situation.
that
Because
could work. Yeah,
while I would usually argue to put it to good boy, but the way that you describe it, it seems mostly like it's the situation of this being anime isms rather than him being like a
that's
groomer or
true.
anything like that. So we
Yeah,
have to give some leniency in my mind for his ranking when we're considering that.
yeah,
Does that feel
yeah,
fair?
yeah. That feels fair. He can reside in Great Boy.
All right.
He's
I
such a good dad.
just 1v1 to someone with my electric Terra Shedinja and wiped him using Swords Dance setup. Very. Yeah, Swords Dance is busted. Swords Dance and Dragon Dance is insane. Apparently, if you're just a dancer, you'll wipe the floor with everyone.
Mhm.
All right. We'll bounce back to me. Have you seen Kaguya-sama Lover's War?
Mm-mm. Nope.
He's best boy.
Di- Okay,
Shirogane's best boy. I will hear
I'll take it.
nothing else. He is absolutely 100% unequivocally unchallenged best boy. Okay, so I think Frog would like that anime. Oh yeah, she absolutely would. She would love Chica so much. I think Chica would be your favorite character.
What is the anime?
Love is War. It's silly, it's fun, it's
Yeah.
self-aware, it's great. I love all the characters. My favorite is Kaguya, but I love Shirogane too. I love Chica. Like they're great. I love them all. Oh
Okay.
wait. I love them
Like,
all except for Kaguya's mate. I hate Kaguya's mate. I don't like. I mostly. I would say I'll dislike. I don't hate her. I hate Natsuo, but I don't hate her. To put her in the same category of emotion as how I feel about Natsuo is not fair. Um, yeah, Shirogane is 100% best boy.
okay.
He's
I like that though.
intensely dedicated to himself and his future, while he's realizing, like, they're realizing their feelings for each other and they're developing. And the whole thing is, this is the whole premise of the show, so it's not a spoiler. You find this out in like the beginning of episode 1, right? Is that they're trying to get the other person to confess their feelings first because they see this almost like a battle, and so whoever confesses first loses.
Hmm.
That's why it's love
That's
is war.
funny.
So they're trying to scheme their way to get the other person to confess. So it's very fun.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
and the relationship develops very, very strongly. It's not just about one person and the other, right? Like the
Mm.
same way that like Ogren like has himself outside of Momo Ayase. He has Gigi outside of Momo Ayase. The same thing can be
Yeah.
said for Shirogane. Okay.
Okay, we just have to touch on Gigi and Okoro. That is such a bro ship, and I love it.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I just had to say that.
That's an absolute top tier friendship.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he is a man amongst men. He is a top tier best boy.
Okay. Except
All
terms and
right.
conditions.
What's this guy's name? The one in the Adidas jumper at the bottom? Because that's your one again. So because it's
At the
going back and forth.
what? Hold on. The what?
The triple stripe right there.
Oh, I just realized I paused your stream.
All good.
Hold on, it has the buffer.
The one next to Himmel.
Who the heck is Himmel?
The blue hair boy at the bottom.
Blue hair boy at the bottom. I am blind. Oh, I rearranged these. Ooh. Oh, him. Oh, okay. So if you haven't seen it, Kotaro Lives Alone is about a 4-year-old whose mom basically she dies, and the dad has his mom left his dad left her, and like for some reason this poor boy is living on his own. Like the premise is crazy, but this little 4-year-old is like living on his own, and like he's trying to avoid his dad because like the dad's apparently like a nut job, which honestly I don't know if that's the actual thing or if it's just the Japanese system being weird. It does seem like this guy really wants to connect with his son, but it's maybe going about it like all the wrong ways. So the system's like trying to keep Kotaro away from them. So he moves next to Shin Karino. And Kotaro likes this show, this little samurai show. And he's like, I'm told that I have to gift you things here. Here's some like Kleenexes. These are good Kleenexes. And you're like, what is this boy's obsession with like good Kleenexes? And so he gives it to this starving artist because he's like a manga artist. And he's like, oh, thanks. And he turns around and he's like, got a girl who's not his girlfriend. And she's like, okay, I'm going now. And he's like, okay, bye. He's like, come visit me again. And his girlfriend, quote unquote, shows up and she's like, who the hell is this? And he's like, oh, gotta go, gotta finish my manga, shuts the door. And like, he's such a turd at the beginning. And you're like, oh man, I hate this dude. Like, why is he even here? And his apartment's a fucking pigsty. It's awful. Like, he's an awful human being. But then he gets to know Kotaro like a lot more. And it's almost like a light switch flips in him. And him and Kotaro have this little relationship of like dad and son without even being blood related. And all of a sudden,
found family story.
Yeah. All of a sudden, this guy who was a total slob and a pig is starting to shape up. He's not wearing his gray, tracksuits, and he's, washing his hair and cleaning his apartment and sometimes cooking for himself. And it's all related to the fact that he wants to do better for this 4-year-old next door. And he starts to take his manga seriously, where he wasn't taking it all that much seriously before. And like he really starts to become a person you don't even recognize anymore. Like the Karino you met at the beginning of the show is not the one you know at the end.
Right.
So he goes from 0 to like worth something. Because see, Kotaro needs an adult oftentimes. He needs an adult to go to the school and do like the parent teacher stuffs, and he wanted he tries to go to the opening ceremony alone, right?
Mhm.
because he's going to what they consider elementary school. And he lies to the kid because the kid's like, "Where's your parents?" And he's like, "Oh, my parents are ninjas. They're here, but you can't see them." Right? Kid stuff.
Yeah.
And the kid's like, "Whoa, that's so cool!" And then Karino, who realized too late that this is where Kotaro was going, because he asked Kotaro, he's like, "Where are you going?" And he was like, "Mind your business!" And he runs off. And he's like, "What?" Okay. And then he looks out and he sees a mom and her little boy, and he's wearing the school uniform. And it hits him that this is the day that their local school has their introduction ceremony.
Right.
And he's like, "Oh crap." He's like, "I have to be there like now." So he runs with like some of the other people in the apartment building to be there for this 4-year-old. And even though Kotaro is very cagey, like he doesn't act like other kids because of what he's been through.
Mhm.
He looks at Karino and he's like, "Can you fix my name badge?" And he does. And it's this sweet, wonderful, like, I'm sorry, Karino is like best boy
You reckon he's
because
in Best
he
Boy?
stepped up. He stepped up for a boy who wasn't even his flesh and blood, and he put himself to the metal. He's like, "This is absolutely what I'm going to do. I'm going to make my manga great. I'm going to make Kotaro proud." And like through the whole series, you're like, "Is he going to adopt Kotaro? Will he adopt Kotaro?" And then they just stopped it and they didn't give me more, and I was wrecked.
Okay. I've not seen anything, so I will default to you. Best Boy it is.
Best boy.
All right. Kirishima.
Yeah, Kira, you need to finish that. It was so good. Oh my god, the amount of crying I did in that series is ridiculous. But continue. I'm sorry.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Kirishima he's an odd one to rank because if we're ranking about how much of a bro he is, he's in great. He's a great bro. If we're talking about like depth of character, mediocre. Like like no one thinks that My Hero is an incredibly deep work, right? With an insane amount of depth in their social commentaries and character writing, right?
Mm.
It's not trying to be that, so that's fine. Um, but as a best boy, it's hard to rank him. If we're doing a best bro, in a good tier, but a best boy is more than just how they are as a bro. It's how they are
Yeah,
as
sure.
a man, I think. Um,
Yeah, I'll be
so
okay, Kira. Thank you.
he's in a weird spot because in the way that he views himself and the way that he tries to strive to be, I think I want to put him in good, but because it's weird. So he's not doing anything wrong. He's not doing anything bad, but it's just there's not much that stands out for him as anything other than a very good bro, right? Like he's trying to be um a good hero, and he is. That's the only other thing I would say, right? But they're also in a hero society, right? It's like, and from our moral standards, working to be a hero means something entirely different to trying to be a hero in their standards, right? It's like because the equivalent there is trying to be a celebrity. Heroes are celebrities, right? So it's while there is obviously a lot more danger and a lot more morality involved in actually being a proper hero than there is being like a fucking actor, obviously, right? There is a level of danger
Yeah.
involved. Like you're risking a lot there, depending on what kind of hero you are.
Mhm.
Not all of them are. Some of them are just spokesmen, right? But for the most part, there's more morality there. Being a hero in our society is very different to being a hero in their society.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stardom attached. That is not why he is doing it, which is strong for his character, but
Mhm.
to push him into something like a great boy because he's a hero, he risks his life, he fights all these bad guys because that's what he believes is right. Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's what the society pushes is what people with quirks should do. Like,
Right.
it's not like I'll fight the grain and do what's right. It's I'm going
Yeah.
with the grain and doing what society tells me I should do because I think it's right as well. And that's not as strong for your morality and how I view you in this positive light. Again, it's not a hindrance on the show because the show's trying to tell a different story. But when we're ranking what a best boy is, that's going to hinder his ranking. I think I want to
Yeah.
go good.
Okay. But we do respect a good wingman, good
Yeah,
bro.
absolutely. Now, do you want to rank blonde girly boy?
Don't be talking about my gallery that way.
Well, I don't know his
So,
name. So he's
so
kind of
Gary
girly looking.
Gavriev is from a very 90s anime called The Slayers. Now, when you first meet him, he really is like himbo material. He's very dumb,
Mm-hmm.
very blonde,
Mm-hmm.
but he's chivalrous because he is the bearer of the light sword, which is a very important sword because he's the only one that can wield it.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's very important that he feels the need to be chivalrous. But through the series, you don't realize his depth of character until like he starts running with Lena, who is the main protagonist of the series, and you start to see that he is not just a dumb himbo. Yeah, he is dumb, but he's smart in that he's been around, he's been traveling, he knows his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he sticks with Lena. Like, through all her dumb shit, because she does some crazy mess, she steals, she drinks too much, she eats too much, and, she's not generally a great person.
Mm-hmm.
But he sticks with her. And a lot of his goodness in him trying to be honest and wanting to do the right things starts to rub off on her, which in turn makes her a good person.
Would you
And
say,
she's hmm?
sorry, would you say
Good.
that in this show that
Mm.
there's actually quite a bit of like tension between them because she's doing a lot of immoral things, right? And him
Mm,
as the more moral character, right? He's just like, will he voice be like, "Hey, you're stealing. That's bad. I don't like that you're doing that." Right? And it's
no,
not just,
because
well,
like
he's good and around, but he's actually
yeah,
trying to have an active positive change, not like a passive positive change. Because I
I
do think those should be valued differently.
yeah. So I think it's yes and no.
Okay.
Because there is some passiveness to it, but there is some activeness to it. Because sometimes poor Gowry kind of gets left holding the bag, right?
Hmm.
And he's like, oh, typical Lena, she just disappeared and like stuff is happening. What's happening? So, like, that's because of his, blondness. I'll just call it that because
Hmm.
it's his himbo nature,
Hmm.
right? Himbos being, the cute kind of not so smart ones.
Like Kirishima, yeah.
And yeah. So, you know, in a lot of ways, he does like actively push Lena to do the right things, to do the good things.
So he does challenge her
Because,
when she's being immoral.
yeah,
Okay.
when she's gone too far, he will challenge her in his way. Like it's not an aggressive challenge like, hey, you should do this. Blah, 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 blah. It's not like sanctimonious. He's just like, okay, well, you haven't done the right thing, so I have to go do the right thing. Then Lena starts to feel bad that she's now imposed on him, who's like stuck by her and all this other stuff. And she's like, crap, now I have to do the right thing. So, like, because he has to turn around and go do the right thing, she also has to turn around and go do the right thing. So, in a way, some of that is passive, but in a way, I think some of that is intentional because he does know when too far is too far, even though he's not the brightest bulb in the book, right?
Okay.
So I would
And
say great boy.
right? Okay.
Yeah,
Again, have to
he can
default
he
to
can
you.
write the great line.
Okay. Now, prepare yourself for a fucking shad. Machio. Machio is a fucking Chad. Love this man. Okay. Okay, so if anyone doesn't know, he's from the anime How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift? Okay, this guy is the fucking goat. I was saying this to Frog privately, but I'll say it here as well. You would assume, because this is a show about anime girls lifting weights, right? You'd be like, oh, well, we get to see these anime girls in gym outfits and we see them sweating and like grunting. No, no one fucking cares about that. No one gives a shit. We're here for him. We're here for Machio. Okay? That is our guy. Okay, so Machio is a fucking Chad. But as a best boy, harder to rank. What he
I know.
is a PT, personal trainer for these girls. Okay? And so he's just doing his job when he's around most of the time. He's doing what he is paid for. Okay? Now, his content of his character, phenomenal. But and he's very positive. He's actively pushing them. He's doing the really good thing. But there's so far not much outside of that. As a good boy, I think he goes in good.
Okay.
I could as ranking of fucking Chad in anime. If we're ranking anime Chads, he's right up there. But if we're ranking them as best boys, he's either good or mediocre.
Hmm.
Um, he's mostly just doing his job while being an active positive thing because that's what he does, right? It's
Okay.
like ranking someone. We'll get to it, but you know what? We'll get to it. So that's a whole other thing. All
Mm.
right. You want to get to Vash?
Vash is another himbo material. Probably right off the bat, he's probably going to go in either mediocre or good because Vash is really hard to rank because sometimes he does really not great things. And then at other times, he's such a lovable idiot. And I can't with him sometimes. Um, but I think it's just like the circumstances of the universe of Trigon
Mhm.
means that good people kind of have to do bad things. So I don't think it's that he's a bad person
Mm,
personally. I think it's just that the circumstances make it so he has to be less than honest sometimes.
right.
But he does, when it counts, he does try to do the right thing. And he has a lot of baggage that he comes with. But it's pretty standard anime guy baggage. And I mean, I feel like even though Vash is a lovable idiot, it's he's not super impressionable.
Right.
So I feel like mediocre is the best way to go because like I feel like I've seen him carbon copied a few times. And Vash is not the first one that I think of.
Mm.
When it comes to like this archetype of male
Yeah,
characters.
archetypical best boy. Yeah. I've not seen the anime, so again, defaulting to you on that.
Yeah. Yeah, Kira's got it. He's like so kind that it's like detrimental to the world
Mm,
around him and his
yeah,
brother.
that's a
So
problem.
it's like mm, I would say if I'm being generous, good boy. If I'm not being so generous, mediocre. It's okay.
All right. So I think what we need to do is change the bottom ranking real quick
Hmm.
to tragic because
Thank you. Also forgot it here.
because Guts is a tragic character. When I say tragic, I don't mean tragic as in it's a tragedy how trash they are. It's like, no,
Hmm.
he is the epitome of a character who is their life is a tragedy. Okay? Like
Yeah.
it's fucking tragic. Everything about this man is fucking tragic. Not because he is tragic, just everything in his life is. While he has integrity and strength as a character and as a man, there is so much about him and so much baggage that it's just depressing. He, as a character, is the face of a tragic anime character. And so to put him in Best Boy because he still fights despite that would be to ignore the tragedy and the baggage that comes with him. To put him
Mm.
in a Bad Boy because of the amount of like trauma and tragedy he's had to endure would be to ignore who he is as a character. And so I think he needs a separate tier because and it's not like above, below, it's not a tiering. This is separate. This is to the side
Yeah.
of every other tier because we can't put him up or down, I think. And so
Mm.
I'm putting him in tragic and I'm separating him from everyone else, I think.
Okay. That's fair. Also, we should probably put it in a category because we can't rank the Apothecary Diary dude and Zoro.
Oh, I was just gonna leave those two down here.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
You want to get into white hair guy? What's his name? In not again. This guy,
Which one?
white hair
Oh,
next to
Ginkgo.
Kenshin.
Okay. We've
Ginkgo,
talked
that's it.
about the sheep. Oh no, this is gonna be my personal rant, just like Heroic has this thing against
Natsuo.
domestic girlfriend. Yeah. So Mushishi deals it's a very episodic anime. And like a lot of episodic animes can be really good or really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Um Mushishi is really good because we're following Ginkgo as a character
Mm-hmm.
and what he does as a living. And what he does is he goes around and he heals these ailments that people are having that are being produced by these creatures known as Mushishi, which are these like bug-like creatures that only he and other Mushi or like Mushishi can see. So these Mushi are things only they can see, and it's affecting the world that we live in as humans.
Yep.
And some Mushishi are very like passive and they're just like, oh, I'm just here to heal, kind of like a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And then some Mushishi see eradicating the Mushi as like their personal freaking like goal in life. They're there to kill it, to destroy it. They hate it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ginkgo rides the line between passiveness and aggressiveness.
Right.
He understands that humans, animals, plants, and these mushi all exist in the world, and they must exist in the world of
Right.
the anime for there to be balance. And he understands that the mushi are not evil or malicious, they're just creatures living out their existence.
Mm-hmm.
So when he has to come and he has to hurt them just to make the lives of us humans better, he doesn't take joy in it. He understands that what he's doing is for the betterment of someone else, but it's not something that he's doing because he's killing it. He doesn't have any hatred for it because it's something that exists in the world. Like it's like looking at a spider and being like, "Oh, the spider's out to get me." It's like, "No, the spider's just trying to live."
Yep.
Like having hatred and anger for something who's just going about its life um is it's a toxic behavior
Right.
that he understands that these things are living creatures too, even if they're not living in the same way that we think of like living,
Right.
because they don't have brains and they don't have consciousness in the same way that we understand it, but they still exist in the world. And though sometimes they can have negative effects, it doesn't mean that they're harboring any ill will towards
They have to
human.
be dealt with. They have to be handled, but
Yeah,
it's not necessarily their fault that they exist in the way that they do.
yeah,
So
and
where
he
do you
understands
think
that.
that puts him as a best boy as a character?
I think because when he talks to, because Mushishi do have like a head, like a boss um that they report to, and she's harboring a curse. And in order to get rid of this curse, she has to write constantly because she's transforming this Mushi, which big bad Mushi, into ink for these scrolls.
Yeah.
And so when he goes and he talks to her and to tell her his stories and for her to write down all these his exploits and stuff, he always presents it to her kind of in this,
Flat?
I don't want to say passive, but in a way more gentle way than like the other Mushishi do. Because the other Mushishi's like, yeah, I showed up and I kicked that ass. And he's just like, I showed up and we figured it out and um this, that, and the other thing. You know, he tells a story. He spins it to her. And, you know, his kindness comes out in it because she hears probably a lot of negative things.
So
And
do you
instead of
think that puts him
spinning
to
in a,
good?
I think that puts him in great
Okay.
because he's such a an unassuming character and you really don't, like, you look at him and you're like, oh, he's kind of boring, right? But then you watch him do his thing and you watch him exist in the world, and despite everything, despite that he's being swallowed up by Amushi himself, he's not harboring any hatred toward these creatures. He just understands that we're all trying to live.
Hmm.
And that's the beauty of this anime. I freaking love this anime so much. Oh,
Okay.
but yeah,
Now,
great boy.
now one for now for one that I think will potentially pique the interest of Kira. Jean
Oh.
Kirstein from Attack on Titan.
I thought he looked familiar.
Yeah, Jean Kirstein from Attack on Titan, Kira's favorite anime of all time. And the favorite anime of a lot of people. Now, Jean Kirstein is an interesting one. He has had a lot of emotional growth. He's had a lot of development as a character from being this uh braggadocious, self-serving, self-ego stroking dickhead pseudo antagonist to the main character Eren, to a very strong, well-rounded man. Why is it not Armin? Because this is about male characters. But
I
he's a
mean, I do
very
agree. Armin would be best boy.
he's not the best boy. It's to the point where this is the favorite character of the writer. Jean is the writer's favorite character, right? Um, but where as a man he has a lot of strength, he kind of hinders himself a little bit, I think, because he has a very strong interest in Mikasa, and Mikasa clearly does not fucking care. Mikasa lives for
It,
Eren,
it,
right?
it's Mikasa. I mean,
Like he kind of cucks himself a little bit.
he does.
Um, I think that kind of hinders him as a best boy. That said, outside of that, like that said, including that, it's not like how Mikasa lives for Eren. He doesn't live for Mikasa, right? He doesn't live for Mikasa.
Yeah,
But
it's
so
true.
that's a good boy point. But you also have to consider the situation in which they're in. The same reason why Mikasa was hindered by the situation that they're in. She's traumatized and she has lack of like depth in a best girl setting. He has lack of depth as a best boy. As a character, I think he's probably the strongest character in the show, but as
Mikasa.
a best boy archetype, he is not very strong as one because he's not meant to be that.
Mikasa needs to be getting over Aaron. I'll tell you wait.
Well, I mean, he definitely does get over like his stuff with Eren. That's dealt with like relatively early, I would say. Actually, not relatively early. It's just that the show goes for
Yeah,
a decent amount of time, and so
really
it's
does.
in the first half that it's kind of dealt with for the most part. Um, he really grows into his role very, very strongly so, but his role is not that of a best boy. This is why you should have gone Armin. Well, Armin is also not a best boy archetype, right? He would also be
Yes,
in
he
a
is.
similar boat. You think he is? You think he's a best boy archetype?
Yeah. I mean,
In what
he
way?
grows so much through the series. Like,
So does he.
okay, so Armin is like a scaredy cat,
Yes.
but like through the series, you see Armin go from absolutely terrified to Giga Chad,
He was never a Giga.
and
No, he's no. I won't let you have Giga Chad. Nope. Nope. No. 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 No.
okay,
No. No.
okay,
No. No.
but
No.
he grows a pair,
Yes.
and he is selfless, and he cares about a lot of people. Like, okay, yes, Jean cares about Mikasa, and he does grow as a character, but not as much as Armin, because Armin started from ground zero, being terrified and protected by Eren and Mikasa all the time. And then he goes and he starts to lean into like becoming a leader himself. And I think that takes a lot
Okay,
to
but
do that.
well, so I would say that
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that he grows less than Armin at all. I wouldn't say that at all. I would say that his journey is just incredibly different. He,
I mean, yeah, you're
Armin's
right.
journey is growing up and growing as a soldier, and then that turns into growing as a man and as a leader.
Hmm.
Whereas his journey is entirely different. I think the growth is, as I would say in terms of character growth, it's equal, right? Because him, it's I know what I am. I know how talented I am. What I am is fucking a godsend. Okay, I'm I'm a man of ego. I'm a man of pride. I'm a man who needs to get out of my own fucking way. And guess what? Someone who challenged that immediately, I harbor resentment for this guy and his growth of getting over himself, right?
Yeah.
Despite he ranked in the top 10 during his training, and yet he was angry about it because Aaron got ahead of him. How the fuck could that guy get ahead of me? Right? He was
Yeah.
furious. He was going to be in the military police so that way he could live comfortably and cushy lifestyle. And then he joined the scouts, right? So getting out of his own way, learning to not be so selfish and living for himself, and then also just growing as a leader himself because he absolutely does grow as a leader. While Armin grows as a leader to be the leader of the scouts, he grows as a leader to lead the people, the troops on the ground with him, right? In the
Hmm.
thick of it. Armin grows to be a leader for the overall plan. He learns to be a leader in the thick of it with his men and with his women.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would not say that Armin has more growth than Jean. I would say it's relatively equal. It's just a completely different journey. And so whether or not you relate to and appreciate the journey of Armin more, I would not say that it is a journey that outstrips and outshines the journey of Jean. I would say Jean is more so in the more of a background character compared to Armin because Armin is one of the main three.
Hmm.
But I would not say at all in any capacity that his character arc is less.
Right. I mean, that's fair. I think that Armin and Jean, they're taking, like, they're on the same path, but at different forks in the road.
Yes, and in different kind of leaders.
Yeah.
So if you want to say that, um, to mention his loyalty to his friends, he comes in clutch so often. I'm guessing you're talking about Jean, though they both do come in clutch for their friends, absolutely, and they're both loyal to their friends.
Hmm.
So, and maybe the most empathetic character, Jean, potentially. Um, so yeah, they're no Armin. Armin, this is all Armin. You think that Jean doesn't come in clutch for his friends? You think that he doesn't have his loyalty to his friends? I would say that it's weird because while Armin as a leader is more big picture than Jean is, his his loyalty is more small picture to the people closest to him. Whereas with Jean, I think his his leadership is more close knit because he's not thinking as big picture because that's not what his role is supposed to be. I would say his loyalty is more big picture, which is interesting. It kind of goes opposite ways. Armin's loyalty is more the people closest to him. Jean's loyalty is more to like the people around him, to the I guess island of Paradis, right? So it's different. But he also comes in clutch, absolutely. He has loyalty to his friends, but he would say has more loyalty to like where he lives, his country, his nation, his people.
Hmm.
I think that absolutely is a best boy trait.
I mean, different but same, pretty
Yeah,
much.
yeah. That's the thing. I think they're different but same in a lot of ways. Um, the reason why I put Jean instead of Armin is I think while Armin grows as a man, I think Armin his journey is more so growing to be a leader, whereas Jean his journey is more so to grow as a man, even though he grows as a leader as well. And I think the story of growing to as a person and that being personal um a more personal arc than potentially Armin's, I think that puts him more so in the story of Best Boy, right? As a character. Now, Armin could also be deserving, and I think that if we're ranking the Best Boys, they're probably going to be pretty close in their rankings. So I
Mhm.
don't think that if we rank, let's say for example, just whatever we rank him in Great Boy, like Armin's probably going to be in a similar tier. So if you think that this should be Armin, I don't think that you're going to be that disappointed with the ranking because they're probably going to rank similarly.
Yeah. So John Armin, I think great boy material.
I would, I would agree. Armin is selfless off the bat, which is a best boy advantage. I could potentially agree. It's hard to
Yeah.
say. It's hard to say because someone who's always been selfless, but selfless to the point of self destruction, like, but he has to learn to stop prioritizing everybody else to the destruction of himself, and then potentially what could happen outside of that, which is part of him growing as a leader, being able to value himself because he does bring things to the table. Like, do you think that's better? I don't know that I would agree. He's selfless to the point of self destruction.
Okay. I'm gonna have to bring like a different perspective to that because as someone who is learning how to be not selfless to the point of self destruction, that is a hard journey to
Yeah,
walk
I'm not saying that it's a worthless
because
journey.
that
Yeah,
means that you have to start valuing yourself
yep,
as a person and understanding your worth.
yep,
And for someone who thinks that they are absolute trash, who doesn't see any value in them as a person,
mm-hmm,
and would gladly sacrifice themselves for somebody who they view as more valuable,
mm-hmm.
is an insanely hard position to come from.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying
Because,
that it's easy. Yeah, but she said that being selfless off the bat is a best boy advantage, a big best boy advantage. But what I'm saying is that I don't know that it is a significant advantage because when they're still going through their arcs, he's learning to um to value
yeah,
himself, and Jean is learning to value others, right?
I
It's
guess
I would say
it
similar
really
in
does
terms of
come
their
back to the
value.
whole like same but different, different but same.
Yeah,
Because like they're coming from different starting points.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like they're mirrors of each other. Like
I would
Armin is
100%
coming
agree.
from a point of being selfless and it's detrimental, but Jean is coming from a point of selfishness to
Yep.
the point of selflessness.
Yeah. I would
So
100% agree. I think
yeah,
that they're perfect mirrors of each other in a lot of ways. I would say that selfless to the point of um being detrimental is a bigger best boy thing. Maybe. I'm not even like necessarily in a strong disagreement with that. I'm partially in a disagreement. Um, but I would say that if we're going a best boy conversation, to have a lot of your arc being tied to how much you learn to grow and appreciate everybody else, you're going to have more content of you learning to appreciate the others and value the others, right? Whereas Armin's arc is strongly and again correctly. I'm not doing this to depreciate or diminish Armin, but his his arc is inherently a more selfish one, which it should be. But
yeah, it
your
has to
arc
be.
being learning to be more selfish and self-valuing, being your arc, I think that's less of a best boy arc, right? So I value their arcs similarly. I value the content of their characters similarly, and however we rank him, Armin's probably right there too. Even though I personally don't like Armin that much, I value his character and his arc, and I will recognize it as incredibly strong.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I think it really just comes down to like which you like better, right?
Largely,
Because
yeah.
both of them are coming from kind of similar starting positions. Like
Mhm.
they're mirrors of each other. And I do really like that they're mirrors of each other.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that if you prefer Armin, it's not like a, "Well, how could you prefer Armin?" It's like, I don't, but fair enough. Like, I get it. Um, yeah, so that's why, like, I think whichever one we put, it doesn't matter too much because they're both fair, right? So,
Yeah.
I think that's fair. Armin wore a dress in the spin-off, so he's a better best boy. That's less boy, so that's worse best boy. Easy. Thank you for giving us the deciding factor. He dressed up as a girl. That's less of a boy, therefore less best boy. Easy. All right, moving
we
on.
know we we know where Kira's priorities are sitting.
So now we're talking Kyo.
Ah, Kyo. Ah, my boy. Okay. He's not necessarily how can I put this? So in the original anime, Kyo doesn't have as much of a character arc
Mhm,
because, like I told her privately, the creator got sick, and the '90s anime was basically halted because, um, Carrie, you're gonna have to listen to me on this one. You're gonna listen. So she got sick, so the '90s anime was halted, and then they came back and they remade it.
mhm.
So Kyo goes through a lot. He
Yep.
suffers a lot. But everyone in that family suffers from Akito.
Right.
Akito is such. Anyways, anyways. So
Oh, wait, sorry. Real quick, are we doing the original or are we doing the
we are
newer
doing the
one?
remake because that is the
Remake?
one that
Okay.
is the closest to the manga.
Okay, okay. So
Um,
we'll do remake Kyo.
so Kyo has these moments where he's very. We're not. We Kira, I know why you like Momiji, okay? But I do agree. Momiji also had his character arcs. Um, and it was glorious. But gotta disagree with the best boy thing. I think they're all best boys, but Kyo's character arc is just better. So Kyo goes through a lot. Um, he he's so each of these characters is a part of the zodiac.
Mhm.
Just to explain the premise.
Yep.
so you understand where I'm coming from. So we all know the Chinese zodiac, where you have the snake and the boar and the
Yep.
happy and whatever, right? Well, Kyo is the sign of the cat, which
He's a
is
pussy. Got it.
he's an outsider. And the sign of the cat, they've corrupted the story that the cat was a trickster and tricked the mouse and tricked the ox and got ahead, and that's why he gets everything he wants, right? So that means that anybody that is born into the sign of the cat is treated poorly.
Mm-hmm.
And so now when he takes off his bracelet, he turns into a monster. So he's this big outsider that everyone's ostracizing. But he so much wants to be part of this really fucked up family.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where Kyo and Yuki become absolute like mirrors of one another in the anime. Because
Okay.
Yuki wants to leave and he can't understand for the life of him why Kyo wants to be in this family. Because Yuki's been abused much more like up close and personal, right?
Right.
Akito has was given Yuki as a toy,
Yep.
basically. It's like, here, Akito, you can have this little boy, and now you'll have a friend. And Akito treated him like crap. And then turn around, and Yuki and Kyo's being treated like crap because he's the sign of the cat. And it's not something he could have helped, right? So they're at different ends of the spectrum. Yuki is
So they're all on the
the
spectrum. Got
favored
it.
sign. And then Kyo is the least favored sign. So they're getting different treatment, but at different degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Kyo wants in, Yuki wants out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not until Kyo and Yuki meet Toru, who is the main character of the series.
I've heard extensively about Toru.
We love Toru. Anyways. Oh,
My
I love
girlfriend
Toru
does not.
anyways. I love her. I think she's wonderful. I think she was a force for good for these people.
Everyone
But
loves her because apparently she's a mega fucking Mary Sue.
she is a Mary Sue. But you know
That's why she
what?
doesn't
I
like her.
think they needed that.
She's
I
kind of
think,
sick of her as being a Mary Sue.
well, I think for Toru, I think the Mary Sue trope worked in the context of this anime. And I don't like Mary Sues, don't get me wrong. I don't like them. But I think
You like
I
at
think
least
that
one.
was I think it was necessary in this kind of like what was happening with this
All right.
family. I
But
do
back to
think
Kyo.
Toru has moments where it's like, please stop. But anyway, so Kyo, I would say, is good boy because
Okay.
he has to find himself in a different way to Yuki. Yuki has to find his self-worth in a different way to Kyo.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we're coming with the John Armin thing. I think wherever I would put Kyo, I would put Yuki.
Okay.
Because they're just opposite ends of the spectrum.
And they
Kyo,
also come with a great amount of baggage that would hinder
yeah.
them as like a best boy sort of archetype. I'm not saying Kyo isn't great. He might be the best written character, but for the typical best boy, Yuki is the perfect character archetype, and Momiji is the sweet to everyone always archetype, whereas Kyo is a violent tsundere.
Yeah, but that's not, we're not talking about archetypes. We're talking about them as characters and like that, like personal, like I don't know how to say it.
So I think
Like,
that so we're talking about while we're ranking, I think we're talking about the writing around who they are as a best boy. But I think when we're picking like each best boy, right? It we are the one that we pick is typically going to be like who fits best the best boy archetype, which is why I put like Minato there instead of somebody else from the show. So
yeah.
if um if she thinks that somebody like Yuki is more so the best boy archetype, and you think somebody like Yuki is maybe the best boy archetype better, we could do that. But it's
I
also like
I
thinking like also, when it comes to things like best boy or best girl, we also have to take into
Yeah.
consideration things like who the fan base has picked as the best boy, right? And as far as I'm
Now,
aware, I think the fanboys has more gravitated towards Kyo because
yeah,
a
they
lot of people
have.
seemingly like the Violent Tsundere more when it's a male.
Now, when she's talking about like perfect character, it's because when you meet Yuki, he seems like the perfect person. Like
I know
he's
that
favored by everybody in the school, and
I know that
he's
he's not.
yeah, but he's
Yeah.
not. And that's what you learn through the series is that Kyo's not violent because, he's wanting to hurt anybody. He's just got all this anger and he doesn't know where to put it. So he puts it on Yuki because Yuki is the one that he sees as being at the top of the pyramid where he's sitting at the bottom, right?
I
So
mean, that
he
still hurts him as a
thinks
best boy, does it not?
no, because he starts to realize that Yuki has his own problems. And Yuki is not sitting pretty at the top being venerated, but Yuki's in a cage of his own making almost, right? Like Yuki doesn't ask to be put in the cage and treated like a fucking canary. He's just there because of his circumstances. And Kyo's starting to realize that they're all there in the same
To
cage. It's not a pyramid, it's hell.
to play devil's advocate,
Hmm.
um, while there is character growth, do you I would think that even though it's through misunderstanding and, in a sense, bitterness of idolization
Hmm.
of Yuki, there is to a point of getting, uh, violent, angry, rage-filled, bitter, jealous, resentful. Like, that is not a best boy. Even if there is, like, a lot of character growth, I would argue that none of that is best boy material, even if there is character arc, right? Now, as far as I've seen, the 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 best boy from what the fan base has deemed the best boy is Kyo, maybe because the character arc is so strong. Maybe he's the best character, but seemingly someone who has that many negative traits because other people are getting the praise that he is angry at because of like the things um like um them kind of both being similar in a way, but he's getting the
But
praise because like
see,
and he's
this
just
is where I
jealous of
have
it
to
partially.
disagree.
I would say
I do
that
have to
that
disagree
hurts as a best boy.
because we have to look at him as a whole, right? And if we're going to look at Jean, who is selfish from
Mhm,
the start, but learns to be selfless as he
mhm,
grows,
mhm.
then we can look at Yuki and Kyo, who both like come from the same starting point of Yuki being more passive and Kyo being more aggressive, and then them taking the journey to be better than they were. I
So
think we have to give precedence to who they are by the end of the series. And
I agree.
Kyo is a much better person by the end of the series because he learns to
Mhm.
rein in his emotions. He understands where all the anger was coming from. He even, I believe, apologizes in a way to Yuki for all the years that he spent thinking that he was in a gilded platform when it was just a golden cage.
So, I think that I partially agree, but also partially don't. So, when it comes to, like, the comparison of, of Jean, right?
He
I
only
agree.
used Yuki as a punching bag, not really everyone else.
So, even so, I do agree that we should take prioritization of where they are at the end and who they are by where they develop, right? Especially considering that these people are like characters like Jean, they're younger, they're less developed, right? Like we're not gonna hold it against someone as a toddler that they used to throw tantrums. We're like, hey, you can't be a best boy. He threw tantrums. He was 4. Like, obviously, we can't do that. That wouldn't be fair.
Mm.
When it comes to choosing like the Jean or the Armin, it's because when it comes to something like Sean Armin in Attack on Titan, there's not like a best boy archetype, and so we have to choose either between Sean or Armin and see which one fits the archetype best, and so they're both kind of there, and then we rank them who they are as characters. And as far as my interpretation of what Kira is saying, because again, I've not seen the anime, so I
Mm.
can't really go into too much depth about this. She's saying that Yuki fits the best boy archetype more, and then
No,
and the format of the show is that there's several male characters who
there are a lot of male
are
characters.
seemingly like not like best boy archetypes, but like that the fan base they're trying to get the fan base to vie for, in a sense, which
I
does not
I don't
across.
think they're trying to get the fan base to vie for them. Like, it's not like that.
I'm not gonna watch it,
Um,
Kirill. I'm not. It's not for me, I don't think.
I think you really would like it though. Like, you
Potentially.
say you don't like it, you probably wouldn't like it, but I really do think you would like it
I'm not
because
saying
it
that for
actually
sure.
is very good. But like, there's a reason why Shigure is not here because he's a piece of shit. Honestly, there's a reason why Hatsuharu is not here, even though honestly, I think he does fit the best boy archetype because Hatsuharu is one of those people. He's pretty passive as a character, but the thing of it is that they're all in crappy situations. They're all in a crappy situation. Like, Hatsuharu is the cow. He's passive, he doesn't get riled up, but he has like Black Haru, where he transforms and he starts like wrecking everything.
Mhm.
At least Kyo has enough control that he doesn't lash out to people who don't know him. Like, he freaks out like when these girls like start surrounding him and they're like, oh my god, you're so cute. Oh my god. And he's just like, oh my god, I need to get out of here. And then he jumps out a window because he's like, I can't do it. I can't be around these people. They're getting too close. And like if girls touch him, they transform. So
Right.
he's very cagey. But he doesn't use, like Kira says, Kyo uses people as punching bags. It's Yuki he uses as a punching bag. But Yuki does the same thing, just in a different way. Like, neither of them are innocent in it. They're both goading each other on all the time. But that's because they're at opposite ends of the spectrum.
I will.
Yuki envies Kyo's separation from the family, while Kyo envies Yuki's inclusion in the family.
I will say when it comes to Kyo and Jean, some of what you were saying is that we have to also heavily weigh out their their growth at the end. While I still
Mm,
agree, there is also something to say where um with like a Jean, he didn't have
mm.
as hard and as poor in a sense, right, of a starting place where he wasn't using Eren as a punching bag. They clashed as soldiers with
I don't
differences
think.
in ideology. And the biggest clash, well, actually, no, not the biggest clash, but they've had
Mm,
two major clashes, and it's not even major. One was when they were in training because he was so arrogant and looked down at Eren. Like they were about to fight, but they didn't. The second one was when he was panicked during the attack on Shiganshina in the first season, and Eren their clash in that essence was Eren kind of headbutting him to get him out of his own fucking head to be like, "Hey, we're in the shit. We got to do this. Pull yourself the fuck together." That is not the same level of you know dickishness that has to be overcome as someone using somebody else as a punching bag. So while you're saying that there is something to something of value
I
to
still think he
heavily
belongs in Good
valuing
Boy.
more so the end point, and
So,
I do agree there is not as low of a starting point for Jean, and there's a lot less um, intense aggression and violence for him to overcome as an arc.
right.
Do you think that's fair as an assessment?
No.
Okay.
Because, see, Kira sees Kyo's aggression as him using people as punching bags. I don't see it that way. Because I've known people like Kyo who lash out, and it's because Kyo's a teenager, and there's a lot going on when you're a teenager. There's a lot of emotions happening, and we don't always deal with them in the appropriate ways. So I'm not holding his aggression against him because he's also not a fully formed adult, right? So like you said, it's like looking at a toddler and being like, "Hey, you can't kick people, but now you're a shit person forever." Like you
Okay.
can't do that.
Okay. So
And then, expect them to like it's like punishing people for who they were versus who they are now. Everybody comes from a place that's not always good. But you have the ability, and I think it speaks to someone's character to become someone who is good.
so
Even if you were lashing out and being angry and, kind of like
hmm,
not a great person. We
so
all go through those phases as teenagers.
I think that you've okay. So what you've said is
Mm.
largely still that he has used them as punching bags. Now, not necessarily intentionally, maybe not being cognitive of it, right?
Yuki was
But
fake with the
okay, but
kind and the softness.
okay, but
Like,
wait, so
mm,
whether or not he did it because he didn't know where to put his anger, he didn't know where to put his frustration,
right.
regardless of it being maybe he didn't intend on lashing out in these ways, that would still be using people
But
as
he
punching
still has
bags,
the
even though
capacity. Look,
I'm not saying
he
that he
still
doesn't.
has the.
Wait, let me
He,
finish, please.
okay, okay, okay.
But like that's still using people as a punching bag, even though you don't necessarily intend to. If he is constantly emotionally lashing out at Toru, that's still him using her as like a punching bag, even though he doesn't intend to. I'm not saying that he's a bad character or a character without worth or anything like that. I think that potentially, well, he's not intending to, and he's still like not emotionally developed because he is not a fully formed adult. He's still someone who's growing as a person. um, he's learning to rein himself in and to realize the situation that other people are in. He's developing his empathy for people that he has resentment and bitterness for. Would you not agree that if someone who is not able to not lash out at these people, right, even if he is still a person who is a person growing, that is using them as a punching bag, even though you
The
aren't
problem with
intending to
Yuki
do
is,
that?
and this is what I don't like about Yuki, is that a lot of his kindness is a front.
Hmm.
It's it's a front because he wants to be liked. He wants
Hmm.
people to like him. It's not
Okay.
that he's kind and gentle, it's that he desires everyone to keep their attentions on him,
Okay.
right? It's fake. And you see that when he becomes the student president, and he meets this one guy who gets on his nerves so much that he's like, I don't understand you. And he like has a whole freak out against this one dude who's just doing his thing. I
I
forget
have a
his name.
question.
But hmm?
So this is not entirely related. It's not like well, you'll understand when I ask the question. Is
Yeah.
you were saying that part of Kyo is realizing that that while the gold that is draped over Yuki is actually a golden cage. Because he's kind of trapped in that way. If you're saying that his kindness is a front that he puts up to maintain that, is that recognized as honestly a self-fulfilling prophecy, and in a sense he's put himself in that golden cage? Is it recognized as that, or like how does that factor into the story when it comes to him as a best boy?
He he I think Yuki starts to realize that keeping all of his emotions inside is not a good thing. And he starts to realize that what he likes about Kyo is Kyo's honesty with his emotions. He's able to laugh when he's happy, cry when he's sad, be angry when he's angry, but Yuki doesn't always feel the same desire, like the same freedom as
Hmm.
what he sees in Kyo. It's recognized in the anime that they're envious of each other. They're envious of these qualities in one another that they wish they had themselves.
But
Right?
does it recognize, like,
But
that it's self-perpetuating golden cage because
Yuki
he's
does
keeping up this front intentionally?
Yuki does start to realize that gaining Akito's approval because his mother wanted it. Because having Akito's approval meant that they got more favors in the family. He does start to realize that this is what he's been conditioned to do, right?
So
To
it's out of
keep up this
conditioning
front.
and not out of, "I want the admiration and love and attention," and then,
But,
"Oh, man, I got love and
but,
attention, and it's trapping me." Kinda like how a lot of, like,
but,
celebrities are, I'm guessing,
but,
right?
but, there's a but.
Okay.
Even though we're talking about their starting points where, Yuki's doing something that isn't great for him.
Mhm,
It is a defensive mechanism, but it's
mhm,
also for Kyo too. This is Kyo's defensive mechanisms.
yeah.
But we're condemning one while venerating the other, while they're just doing the same thing, they're just doing it differently.
I
And
would say
neither of
one's more
them are
harmful.
good.
I would say they're
But
both bad, but one's
he
more
doesn't
harmful because one is
okay.
literally physically
Okay,
harming other people.
let me finish.
Mhm,
Kyo does lash out,
mhm,
but then recognizes afterward that what he's done isn't great. And he's like, shit, I feel like an ass. Where Yuki, it's almost the end of the series where he doesn't realize what he's been doing all along. Kyo takes a journey through
mhm,
his aggressions. And as that journey continues through the series, Kyo starts to realize that all this lashing out isn't getting him anywhere. But
mhm,
people do still like him because he's not always lashing out. He's not always hurting other people. It's not a constant thing. It's just that he's been traumatized like Yuki has, and he's dealing with it in a different fashion. And I do not think that being human is something that we should say, "Oh, well, you're just being a piece of shit." Like
Well,
I don't agree with that
I'm not
because
pointing it at, I don't think.
sometimes we hurt people and then we realize it and then we say sorry. And that's what Kyo does a lot of the time. He has to humble himself, and that constant humbling of himself is what leads him to be a better person. But Yuki never has to humble himself because he's always constantly like putting others before him, but not realizing what he needs himself. So as you can see, they're mirrors of one another.
Yeah.
Just like Jean and Armin.
So,
They're just they're the same coin, just different sides.
I don't think that, um I or Kira are viewing it as, well, he's had these significant problems, therefore piece of shit, right? I'm not trying to paint it as black and white. And a lot of this is just me trying to further the conversation based on the information that you're giving me, because I've not seen the show. And so a lot of it is furthering of the conversation because there are things where it's like, ooh, that sounds interesting that I need to, like, delve into a little bit deeper. Um, but I'm not trying to paint it as, well, he's a piece of shit because he's done harmful things. That said, there is something to be said about being not realizing what you've done until after, and then doing that on a repeated basis, and then eventually developing past. Because you've said that, like, while I'm not necessarily blaming him for his starting point, right? Because he's been mistreated quite significantly, and I'm not going to diminish that. You could also make the argument and the case that a lot of people get mistreated significantly to the point where they become, like, abusers as partners, as friends, abusive relationships in terms of, like, their friendships and also romantic relationships, who then have to learn that, hey, I'm being a piece of fucking shit and I'm doing this thing, even though it's me perpetuating partially what's happened to me growing up, and they have to move past that. Um, I would argue that if you end as the best boy in this conversation because of your immense growth. And while you maybe are the best written character, I would also argue that it is not necessarily, let's say, best boy material to start as someone who has like lots of lashings out and will also abuse these people, even though it is because you're perpetuating what has
I'd
largely been
point to
done to
Jean
you.
again, who was a selfish jerk.
Well, again, not to the point of attacking people.
No, but he still hurts people. Like he's not guiltless, and he's still sitting in Great Boy.
Yeah, like, but
So I
what
mean,
I'm saying is like
some of
it's
these
about
people
the choice
are
of
not.
who we're picking, not necessarily their ranking. Because I do value the end point a lot more than the beginning point.
But again, we're
Yeah.
coming back to this argument like Armin or Jean. Like Kira thinks Armin should be here, and I actually do agree with that because
Mhm.
I don't think Jean belongs on this list. I think Jean was an ass. I do agree
Was.
that he had a great arc. He had a great arc coming from ground zero of being a selfless jerk who like he's gotten almost gotten people killed to being someone who's like, okay, I have to start thinking of other people.
Mhm.
It's the same situation, just different characters. And now Kira and I are sitting on opposite ends of the road. I don't mind agreeing to disagree with
Mhm.
Kira on this,
Mhm.
but I still think Kyo is good boy material because despite everything that he's gone through, and despite the fact that he knew he was going to end up in a cage where he would eat, live, and die without ever seeing the sunlight again,
Mhm.
he still progressed to the point where he broke his curse. He
Mhm.
broke it. And I have to respect that man.
Mhm.
I'm not going to sit here and talk about Yuki for 5 hours straight. I love Yuki, don't get me wrong. I love all of them because they all go through something and it's all relatable. Like poor Momiji, my little baby. I just want to wrap in a blanket and cuddle him to death. I love Hasaharu. I love Hattori. I love Shigure is. We're not talking about Shigure. Anyways, I love most of these people. I love Kagura because she goes through a lot. She has the biggest crush on Kyo, but she goes through so much in order to let Kyo go.
Mhm.
And I thought that showed big balls. Like, Kagura's my girl. But if we're talking about, like, who goes through an arc that I personally, because remember I chose this dude,
Yeah.
it's Kyo. It's Kyo all the way. Even though I love everyone in that series is so good and so well written that it would be a hard ask if somebody was like, "Well, who's your favorite?" But if we're talking about who I think is a good boy, and despite coming from a point where he was like lashing out and everything, which is typical teenage boy behavior to an extent,
To an extent, yeah.
in my eyes.
Yeah. I would say to an
And
extent, yeah.
then growing like he did. So, he by the end of the year of the school, like by the end of his schooling, he's a much calmer, much more controlled, and much more kinder person than
Mhm.
he's ever been. It's Kyo. And that's not to diminish anything that poor Yuki goes through and how he ends up as a character because he
Mhm.
also ends up where he needs to be.
So I will say, uh, partially it feels like, and I could be wrong, but it also partially feels like, um, it is what you value as a character that has put him here on as the choice for
Yeah,
Fruits Basket, whereas um Kira is arguing seemingly for what she values as a best boy archetype.
right.
And
Which is why agree to
yeah,
disagree.
so I don't
Like,
necessarily think that anyone is saying that Kyo's like a bad character or a bad
no.
person by the end of this, because like that's the whole point of character development, right?
Yeah. And
I
look,
do
look, Yuki
understand
gets a
the
girlfriend,
arguments on
and
both sides.
I was so happy for that.
I very
Yuki
much
gets a
understand the
girl.
arguments on both sides, and while I think I more so align with Kira, that if we're talking about who a best boy is, you're going more so we should maybe go so on the best boy archetype and then rank the character. That's I've not seen the show, so if I was to have like my word be final say when I've not seen the show, that would be fucking dumb, right? So um and you say that he earns a lot of good boy points. Do you think he deserves great boy? Do you think he deserves like where do you think he
No,
goes?
it's definitely good boy. Now,
Okay,
if we were talking about Hasaharu, he'd be great boy.
okay.
But we talking about Yuki, so he gets good boy.
Because while he still
Because
develops, he still has emotional baggage and stuff, right?
yeah, and
Okay.
he still does like wreck a few houses, and he causes problems for people, which I'm not.
Punches some holes in some walls.
Yeah, so I'm not
Hmm.
saying that like Kyo is best boy. So I'm not diminishing, his violent nature, but I'm also
Yep.
saying that I
There's
respect his
context
character
to
arc
it.
much more.
Yeah. Are we sure he's like Japanese and not a white boy? Punching
I
holes in the
mean,
walls? What are we going? What are we doing?
I don't know, man.
Do we
He
want to
just
give him a can of Monster and play some Blink 182? What are we doing?
something like that.
What are we doing?
He's just look. He just got some shit going on. Right? He knows martial arts and ends up punching a wall or two. I punched a wall. I punched a hole in a wall. Like
I
me
never
of all
did.
people.
Yo, more like Kyle. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But I
I
like it.
mean, who hasn't punched a hole in a wall or two?
I haven't. I never did.
Me. I punched a hole in the wall.
But all right. So I'll default to you. Kirito. That is a mediocre man if ever there was one.
Yep, mediocre. Right, straight to mediocre. That's where he goes. That's where he stays, and he ain't never leaving.
Okay, like so
Screw him.
if I'm discussing Kirito, okay? Oh, he acts as like a father and a husband and he's dedicated to them. Okay, cool. That puts him to like good, great. He does a lot of heroic things. Cool. Also, there's all these women who are flirting with him who he never really denies, including his cousin. Ah,
Oh no! Don't
that ain't great.
remind me.
That ain't great.
Uh,
Does he return their feelings? No. Oh, okay, that kind of puts it up a little bit. Who is he as a person? Well, he's the heroic main character. Okay, what else? Yeah, he's mediocre. That's a mediocre
yeah,
man.
that's a mediocre anime.
That's
I'm
generous.
about to offend everybody. I'm about to offend everybody because
All right.
that anime was so predictable. I was sitting there like, oh, this is gonna happen. Then it happened. I was like, oh no, I'm so shocked.
All right. Do you want to go Kenshin?
Boy Genshin. Okay. Now, the reason Kenshin is here is not because of his past. Because now you got to remember he fought a war,
Mhm.
right? But he came out of the war
Mhm.
and he became a Baroni, which is just a wanderer.
Mhm.
And he took up a reverse blade sword, meaning that the blade is on the back of the sword rather on the front of the sword, where it's supposed to be. So he took up the mantle of a pacifist. But unfortunately, his history as the Batosai wasn't going to leave him alone. Despite the fact that this man just wanted to leave the war because a brony, leave the war and like live peacefully because he wanted to make amends for everything he had to do in the war.
Mhm.
Nobody was letting this poor man be.
Right.
All the government officials are like, "Oh, Kenshin, by the way, fight another war for us." And he's like, "No, I don't want to." And it's only until he realizes that he can't ignore the problem anymore that he has to take up the mantle of the Batosai again.
Mhm.
But because he's been living with a girl named Kaoru, um he starts to realize that he doesn't have to be the Batosai.
Right.
He can still be Kenshin and protect the things that he loves. He doesn't have to be the manslayer anymore. And it's only when Karu almost gets killed that he's like, I can't ignore this problem anymore. It's causing problems for the people I love and the people I want to protect.
Right.
And because he's got this kind of kind nature to him, he starts to attract people like Yahiko, who he takes in and saves from the Yakuza. And Sanosuke, who was contracted to kill him, but then he showed mercy, and Sanosuke's like, he's a bro. Like, what the heck? You contracted me to kill somebody like him? Are you crazy? Absolutely not. And they pledge their loyalty to him because he is such a kind person. And they realize that the Batosai was a product of the time. He had to be the manslayer because of the war. And so I would say he's in Great Boy. And that's only because he can't reach Best Boy because because of his past. So the past kind of like shackles him away from Best Boy. So he's Great Boy.
Okay. So so the baggage keeps him out of being just like a best boy. Okay. I can
Yeah.
understand that's kind of the case for a few of these characters. So that's fair.
Yeah.
Brilliant best boy.
Best Boy, absolutely.
He's
Straight to Best Boy.
he's a husband, he's a father, he knows strength, he knows
Yep.
compassion, and
Yep.
while some people will hold him back because he's had plenty of cowardly moments, he's only done that
Oh yeah.
when it's only ever been stuff that is entirely out of his depth. And guess what? He still pulls the fuck up. Okay?
Yeah.
Frieza's come back to Earth. Guess what? He's stronger than ever before. I can't match him. What's up? You need me? I'm there. What's good? He'll show up anyway. Him on Namek is the perfect example
Yes.
of
Yes.
him being best boy material, okay? Because guess what?
Absolutely.
We needed the Dragon Balls. We don't have Dragon Balls. Guess what? Namek has it. Okay, I'm going.
Yep.
Oh, Frieza's there. We can't hope to match. We are so outmatched here.
Yep.
Guess what? We still need this shit done. Let's go, Gohan. Let's fucking go. Okay.
Absolutely.
Him as a father, protective. His mutual relationship with 18, right?
Yep.
Like I say mutual because it is one of respect and appreciation both ways. He knows that she's stronger than him, but guess what? That's why that's my woman. I love her. I'm a warrior, and she's a stronger warrior than me. That's okay. That's my woman. I love her for who she is. And guess what?
Yeah.
I think if I died, I think Marin needs a mother more than she needs me as her father. I'm
Yeah.
going, and you need to stay because Marin needs her mother. I think more than she needs me.
I think
And so
Krillin is the perfect
perfect.
like embodiment of um somebody who supports his friends. To him, just because his friends are stronger, like Goku and Vegeta and all these people, it doesn't seem like a zero-sum game to him.
Yep.
He's just like, yeah, they're stronger. I can support them. I got
Yep.
this. And
Yeah.
that's best boy material, like hands down.
Yeah, he pulled up when it came to Namek. He cut off Frieza's
Mhm.
tail when Frieza was in his second form. He was no match for
Yep.
Frieza, but guess what? They need me. Fucking Destructo Disc, bitch. How do you like that? And
That was such a good moment.
one thing that I just realized is I fumbled. I didn't bring in Asta from Black Clover. That's on me. I'm sorry, guys. We didn't bring in Black Clover. The reason I realized that is because he is the perfect Short King. That there is Mr. Short King, and the second Short King, the second one who earns it is Asta for sure. That's what reminded me.
I really have to try and finish that anime. I kind of veered off from it because it was kind of boring in the beginning.
I think it was very generic in the beginning. And then
Yeah.
I think the episode that kind of won me over was the Mixer episode. The The Mixer episode kind of won me
Okay.
over,
Okay.
which is actually pretty early on, surprisingly. Veered off towards the end.
Veered
Yeah,
off toward
I
the
think
end. Oh.
it started like and then when the Mixer episode happened, it kind of like really shot up, and we had characters like Mimosa who like really elevated the show's character like Charming getting more attention, which elevated the show. And then it started to fall a little bit, but that's a whole other conversation. That's a conversation about the anime in
Okay.
general rather than like how Asa would be. Um,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, my question for Kira is, would you suggest finishing the anime as someone who started it and kind of like wandered off? I think I watched 2 episodes.
Oh, dude. It's just too long. I don't have the time or consistency for anime like that anymore. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
quite long,
okay.
and I mean it's not even over because they like started again.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not even over. Never mind then.
Yeah, it's quite long.
Looking
But yeah,
forward.
once I think maybe get to the Mixer episode, and if you don't like the Mixer episode, and the arc that happens with the characters there, if that doesn't grab you, then it doesn't grab you. That's my view on it. And the Mixer episode I think is pretty early. I think it's like episode 6 or something
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
So let me see.
Oh, okay. I can probably watch to 6.
Oh, I was wrong. It is not episode 6. It is
Oh.
28.
Oh my god. I don't know if I can hold out that long.
If that's the episode I'm thinking of. Okay, so Black Bull Blind Date. Yeah, so it's
It
episode
sounds
27,
weird.
28.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll think about it.
Like
I
I would
mean,
suggest
curious,
Love is
like,
War.
I would suggest Love is War for you specific. Okay.
Absolutely
Well,
agree, 100%.
Love is War is on Crunchyroll, so I plan on watching that tomorrow. That's going to be my sit down to eat meal kind of anime.
Oh, I think you'll love it. I think you'll love it. But where were we? Yeah, Krillin. So Krillin's best boy. All right.
Best boy.
The next one, I'm thinking we do this guy. I don't know who this is. Cardcaptor
I
Sakura,
don't
is
know
it?
who this is. What? Where? Oh, Toya. Ah, my man. So, okay. Toya has a younger sister who is the main protagonist of the series.
Mm-hmm.
Toya he doesn't have the powers his sister has, but he has an inkling, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he also knows that something's going on with his sister.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a yaoi aspect to this. He is paired up with Yuki, who turns out to be Yue, who helps his sister, blah, blah, blah. We're skipping that because this boy, even though he's just trying to make it through high school, he still finds a way to help his dad, single dad, because their mom died, and still like watch after his sister. He's just a solid dude who's just trying to keep his little family together because his dad's a bit scatterbrained, and of course his dad's always busy because his dad's like a college teacher, and he's also dealing because he remembers their mom. Yeah, please sleep.
3 a.m. is ridiculous. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Kara, please sleep. If you need to sleep, please do. Don't
No
stay
sleep.
here.
No one's allowed to sleep. No one's allowed to leave. You're here forever. And I demand 100% of everyone's attention 100% of the time. If your attention veers away from me for a single fucking second, I will put you in the penis explosion chamber.
Oh, Jesus. Kara doesn't have a penis.
Well, then we'll see what happens. It'll make it really fucking interesting, don't you think?
I guess so. But yeah, Toya's best boy. 100%. Because he's just doing his best. He's so underrated. Like,
I'm glad that's what Maddie came back into.
Matt's like, whoa, what did I come back to? But
All
yeah,
right.
best boy.
All right. Ooh, Kira, this is actually one that I know you would actually appreciate hearing about is L. Damn, she's
Oh,
missing out
and
on
then
L.
L.
L's the
Oh,
next one.
yeah.
Ooh. She's missing out. She's missing L.
No. She's here for L. I know she is.
L is not a best boy. He's not in best boy. Okay, I
Oh,
like
no, no,
L.
no, no, no,
He's
no, no,
my
no,
favorite
no.
character in the show. He's not best boy.
No. He's just
Um,
best boy in the show. Yeah.
he's a good boy.
Surrounded by crazy people.
He's a good boy. Okay,
Also a
can we
crazy
be
person.
real? He's a good boy. He's not a great boy. Okay,
No.
he's emotionally
Good boy.
stunted. Okay,
So emotional.
he's immature. He sees while he has very strong ideals of justice. He treats his chase of Kira almost like a game, right?
Hero.
I wanted to bully me so bad. Yeah, I saw it earlier.
No,
But
you said Kira, and I was like, Kira.
but yeah,
Kira.
he sees it almost like a game, right?
Yeah.
There's childish aspects to him. He's very much a good boy because he has a lot of strengths in that way. He is not a best boy.
No.
Favorite quote from Death Note is still, "I'll take a potato chip and eat it." Yeah, that's funny. I like that quote. It's fun. Oh wait, and before we proceed, can we just Sung Jin Woo mediocre?
No, trash.
You want to put him in trash? No. So if we're talking the
Absolute
writing of
trash.
the show, the writing of the show is trash.
I mean, yes, the writing of the
But
show
you
is
think
trash.
as a best boy, he's a trash best boy?
I guess I can't put him there because he's helping his mom.
He's helping his mom, he's helping his sister, and he's helping that guy. I can't remember the name of the guy there
Potatoes.
because who the fuck cares about the names of these characters? But
Quote unquote.
yeah. But so he is helpful. It's just that there's not much there. I think he is
There's not
just
much substance.
yeah, there is no fucking substance with him as a character. I think he is as bleh, mediocre, generic MC fucking shonen pro tag as you get. There is not much that there's not anything that really pushes him up, but because of that, there's not much that pulls him down. He's just there.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at Kira over there.
Yeah.
She's like, I can't believe they tried to gaslight me, but then it turned out to be true. How dare they? Sorry. She got me with that one.
Like that pisses me off. I must be brain dead with how I burn calories. Like it's weird that that's a real thing. You just think enough, and yeah, you'll burn a lot of calories. That's ridiculous.
I believe it.
Yeah,
Like, if you've ever had to sit and listen to a conversation that's not in English, like afterwards you're like, man, I need like the biggest pizza right now. I can't.
so Sung Jin Woo, I think that's perfect mediocre. I think he's the
He's
epitome
the
of
poster
mediocre.
boy for mediocre.
Yeah, he is.
I can agree with that.
He looks basically 1-to-1 Kirito, and he's basically a Kirito rip.
Yeah,
Like
I'll buy that.
yeah. Shadow honestly could probably go in mediocre too because of the way that he is, but I think he deserves bad because he doesn't seem to care for people the way that Sung Jin Woo does. But like, yeah, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
three are basically all rips of each other. Right?
It's different when you're older, Matt. When you're nearing 40 and you're trying to learn a second language, it doesn't quite translate as easily.
Yeah, you actually learn things like second languages as it's difficult when you get older.
Yeah.
But Roy Mustang, this one's all you.
Oh. Oh, this is gonna be hard. I would have put him in best boy, but I also think he's great. Mm,
Okay, so I have a question. Do you think, as a best boy and as a character, there is
mm.
a tier of separation between Legacy and Roy?
Yes. Oh, it hurt me to say because
Well,
I love Ray Mustang, but I think Roy starts in the series
mhm,
from a point where Legoshi ends up,
mhm.
right? Um, that I feel like Roy doesn't get as much character development as he needed. Like, I think he's already, like, developed as a character. He does have to deal with a lot of, like, tough things, like the loss of his friends and loss of his soldiers, and that can't be easy for anyone. And I'm not diminishing that he struggles, despite hiding it behind this, like, silly facade. He knows when to step up and he knows when to get serious.
Well,
But I
it's so
feel like he doesn't progress beyond that.
yeah, it's a symptom of him being a supporting character, whereas Legacy's the main character. But
Yeah,
that would alter the view of him. So I think that's fair.
yeah. So I do think he is great, but that's
Mhm.
because he starts out there.
Now, for my second favorite anime character of all time, and I would argue the best character here on this list, Lelouch. He is not a best boy. I love him.
Yeah.
He is not a best boy.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. I would say good boy.
Yes.
His show is not for him to be a best boy. It's not a best boy show.
No.
And it's not even very much a best girl show that there is a best girl, right? It's best boy, best girl almost by default. Almost.
Yeah.
With Colin and C2, there's a whole more thing like that where it's like, oh, who's the best girl there? But like not as strongly as a lot of other anime, right? This Euphemia best girl, Bloodstained Yuffie? Really? Princess Massacre?
Princess Massacre. That's one way to call her. Jesus Christ.
But he is not a good boy because that's not what the show is built around. It's not about best boys and best girls, right? It is very, very strongly um about him as a character and plot progression of the world. Rollo best
Yeah.
boy. Well, I'm currently trying to watch this with Corvian, and we're right at a significant Rollo moment that I don't want to say out loud. But very debatable on that. Um,
Part of me wants to agree that Rolo would be best boy.
I can
But
understand it.
yes.
I'll say I can understand it.
But I
But
think we're coming back to the like Yuki Kyo situation again. Like
kind of.
Lelouch is the one that gets the best story arc. But Rolo, like, he also has a bit of a story arc.
He has a very strong story arc, yeah, and I think it's quite
Exactly.
well executed. It's just that I'm going to go with Lelouch here instead of Rollo, largely because we have just a lot more to deal with Lelouch than we do Rollo. So when I think it's
Yeah.
debatable, someone who's been in episode 1 all the way to the last episode 24, opposed to someone who's in season 2, episode 1, right? To like season 2. You're missing an entire season in a 2-season show. I think that's going to hinder how we can talk about you, whereas there's just so many more nuances to a character like Lelouch. If we're ranking the quality of the character writing, top tier number 1 in my view. If we're talking about how they are as a best boy as well, and you're taking the writing of that into account, I think he goes right into good boy. I think he's right next to
Yeah.
L.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like I would put him in bad boy because he makes a lot of really bad decisions and he does a lot of not great things. But I think in terms of his goals
Mhm.
and where he's orienting those goals, I think I could accept loosely him being in good boy.
I could also
But I
agree
do
partially with Bad
personally
Boy.
think he belongs in bad boy.
Here's the thing, because he's very interesting and deep as a character. He could absolutely deserve Bad Boy 100%, right? He could 100% earn that when you think about the things that he does. He does a lot of not good things, but then you think about where that leads, or attempting the salvation of places like Japan, sacrificing basically his entire future for people like Nanali, right? And it's while it is for Nanali, it's not just like, oh, well, she's in an okay space because it's Nanali. He's doing it for Nanali, but changing the world for her. If changing the world for for your sister and for the other people like her, I think that earns you a lot of brownie points as a good boy, as a best boy, but because of how much he does do bad things, even though it is an attempt to fix the world, right? And everything that he's willing to sacrifice and everything he does sacrifice, I think you have to kind of go mediocre. He not mediocre, good boy, because he is right. He is fixing the world at the cost of everything. No, I would
I
rather be
mean,
Vegeta.
I'd rather Vegeta. What? No, not be good girl. I'm a good girl. I'm nice. Anyways, um, because it's been so long since I've seen the anime, I want to defer to you, but I really do think Lelouch deserves bad boy. I'm sorry. Like,
No, no,
yes, I
that's not
know
a
he's
bad
doing it for.
take. It's not a bad take to say that he deserves bad boy. I get it. I 100% get it. Um, I know this anime
But
like the back of my fucking hand. I could recite to
but
you everything that happens in everything
I
in every episode.
yeah, I understand. But what I'm saying is that I don't think the ends justify the means. He could have achieved the same end by doing different things. Like, you don't
Mm,
have to take the route that he took.
I very
You
strongly disagree.
don't. Kira wants to put him in mediocre. I just want to put him in bad boy
So I think she
because I
says
think he
mediocre
does
to
bad
split the
things.
difference.
So what?
I think she's saying mediocre to split the difference.
Maybe,
Um.
but I don't think he's a mediocre character.
Oh yeah,
Like,
no, no, I know.
I don't think anything he's done is mediocre or boring or
Yeah,
even replicable in other
yeah,
animes because honestly, like when I think of somebody like Lelouch, I think of Lelouch.
yeah,
Unlike
yeah.
Vash, who I can think of 1,000 different himbos that do what he does so much better, like Gowry, for instance. But I don't think Lelouch is mediocre, but I also don't 100% agree with Good Boy. So that's
I
my take.
I have a question. Do you
Hmm.
think it would be fair because he is who he is and everything he does and everything that happens in that show and in that world is so deep and so complicated and there's so many layers to it. And first off, because I'm trying to do this somewhat spoiler free because I'm doing this with Corvian, right? I'm going through this show with Corvian. I don't want to
Right.
give the spoilers, right? Um, so does mediocre mean that badly written? It means like there's not much to them as a best boy, right?
There's
But
not
do
much
you?
substance to them as a character. I
Yeah.
think maybe yeah.
Well, not as a character, but like as a best boy. There's not substance as
Oh,
a
okay.
best
Yeah,
boy.
yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Um, do you think it would be fair to have a separate tier where it's just Lelouch? Because I'm not sure. It feels hard to rank him as a best boy because there's so much for what he's willing to do for the people in his life that he cares about. This there's an he will do anything for Nonali, right? Literally anything and everything he would do to right the world for her.
I think I agree with Kira. I think we should put him in tragic because, like, it is tragic that he has to take up that mantle. That he looks at his sister and says, "Okay, this world is not fit for my darling sister," and
I'll
he has
sacrifice
to take
everything
up
for
the
it.
mantle and do the things that are unsavory and terrible and not great.
Because even though
Um,
he wasn't miserable, he only did take those actions out of necessity. He did
yeah,
pretty much sacrifice his soul. So, you know what? Yeah, yeah, I could agree with tragic. Yeah. as a best boy, that is absolutely a fucking tragedy for him.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, okay, that seems fair. Because I don't think bad boy is a bad take. I don't think good boy is a bad take either. There's so much
Right.
for him that it feels so hard
Okay, sleep well,
to
Kira.
have that conversation, acknowledge everything without giving that level of spoiler. Um, and then to say, all right, now is he good or bad? Well, the whole thing about him and and fucking why am I blanking on his name? Best friend Suzaku,
God, no. Yeah.
right? I don't know why I blanked on that name. The whole point of his conflict with him and Suzaku is that they both are the same and opposite. They want to right the world. And
Yeah.
it's about, well, I think you should hold your ideals and change it from within and stay strong and true to doing the right thing. Whereas he is, you can't do the right thing in this world and have the right outcome. You just fundamentally cannot.
Hmm.
I will sacrifice myself. I will do the wrong thing to do what's right. Yeah, what he said to Guilford, right?
Yeah.
I stand my hands with evil to defeat the greater evil, right? And that's a whole moral
Right.
conflict that we would each have to make up our own minds about. Just say,
Yeah.
well, all right, now decide, is he good or bad? That's so counter to what the whole
Yeah.
show is. That is the antithesis of one of the central conflicts in the show. So I can 100% agree with
Yeah.
Tragic.
Yeah. Because it's like you said, Suzaku and him, they're trying to do the same, they're trying to reach the same goal, but they're doing it in
Mhm.
different ways.
Yep.
So yeah, tragic fits.
Yeah. All right. Killua.
Oh, that one's hard. I
By the way, do you know what's funny? I had Tragic solely for Guts when I saw him. I was like, well, who else is going to be in Tragic? But now we have Lelouch too. And the funny thing is, with the upbringing that Killua has, you could argue Tragic
mm,
for him too.
yeah, that's what I was. Oh god, I was so annoyed because am I gonna put him in tragic? Because like he kind of is. He's such a tragic baby. I just
Oh yeah,
want to
also good
hug
night,
him and
Kiro.
cuddle him and yeah, tragic. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Poor Gila. He didn't even start out with a winning hand.
he didn't stand a fucking chance with like his
Mm-mm.
assassination household.
Right.
Like,
But
yeah,
I think to have started at that point, but still be who he is, like,
yeah.
mostly kind, mostly generous. I s- I do think he's broken the cycle a little bit,
And
but
despite
it's still tragic that he's ended up where he's had to end up.
and interestingly enough, that despite who he is and his upbringing, there's still a level of innocence to him.
Yeah,
Which like that makes
exactly.
him like I think that makes him interesting as a character, but as a best boy, I think we have to go. Like, I think that's fair.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
All right, Rido. I think that's
That is all
so.
you.
This is in the show from. This is called the show's from Aharen. Okay, the whole thing about Aharen is she's small little bean, and she is so quiet that when she talks, basically you cannot hear her because she's so quiet and reserved. Um, their relationship is sweet, wholesome, nice, it's wonderful. Um, and it's partially about hijinks more than like going into these characters.
Hmm.
So, hmm, I don't know. Do I want to go mediocre or good boy? I think I'll go mediocre. I could be argued to good boy, but I think I'll go mediocre. I think
Okay.
mediocre is fair. I will say though, I'm possibly partially swayed without realizing it by the fact that the archetype right here, they all look the exact fucking same.
They really do. It's kind of sad.
Yeah. So there is a potential of that swaying me.
Hmm.
All right. Do you want to go into Rengoku?
My boy. Um. So I think we all understand the premise of Demon Slayer. Am I correct?
Play demon.
Basically, yes. Um. I think Rengoku, like, even though you look at him and it's like, oh, generic happy dude who's, never sad and he's just always smiling and is great and fine. But then he dies protecting
Spoiler.
the much younger demon slayers. And yeah, because that was like not 1,000 years ago.
I haven't
And
seen it.
anyways, so were you going to see it?
Probably not. I don't
Okay,
care about Demon Slayer.
okay, then it's fine. So, but then we get Rengoku's backstory, and you realize the tragedy that was his life, um, growing up, and how he ended up where he ended up, and why he was always like, saying, "Oh, yummy! The food is yummy." And he's very loud and boisterous, and he's very kind to everyone, almost to a point where you're just like, "Is this man okay in the head?" And then you see his backstory and see what he tried to do for his younger brother and tried to protect his younger brother from. And you realize that that's not it's a front to keep his brother safe. That why he's doing this and why he took this mantle was that so his brother didn't have to carry the legacy his father wanted him to carry. And so he took it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you were saying that we have this perception of him, go into
Yeah.
his backstory, we find out it's tragic, and then he dies, right?
Well,
To
he
keep it
dies and
short.
then we find out.
To keep
It's
it
a
short,
bit short,
like
short
the
sweet.
backstory kind of retcons a little bit to our
Your
perception of him, to
expectations.
how he is, the way
Yeah.
that he is, and where he is, and the way where he is.
Yeah.
I know that I'm
Be-
simplifying it extremely, but
yeah.
right? Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
I will ask, is that at all diminished by the fact that Demon Slayer kind of does that a lot with a lot of the characters, where they're just like, oh, we have this perception of them. Ah, tragic backstory, die.
I don't think so
Okay.
because, like, Thanami, for instance, he gets like a whole episode to himself where we learn about his younger brother
Mhm.
and their situation and everything. But that's Sanami's still alive. He's still fine. But with Rengoku, it just kind of ended up that way because we're viewing it through the perception of Tanjiro.
Mhm.
And Tanjiro meets Rengoku when he's a Hashira.
Mhm.
And they're going to the Mugen train. And they get on the train and there's big bad demon there, right? And so when you're viewing it through the lens of the main character, we meet Sanami.
Right.
And Sanami's not great, but you do see like humanity in him. Even if he's like angry, not great guy who tries to hurt what's her name? I forget. The girl, his sister. And so
Nezuko?
yeah, Nezuko, thank you. Nezuko is such a Marisu, but anyways. So, we're kind of viewing it through the lens of Tanjiro.
Mhm.
And like Tanjiro's meeting these people like as Hashira.
Mhm.
Like they've already become Hashira. But for Rengoku afterwards, because he's talked to Rengoku on the train a little bit, and he's like, wow, he's like, one of the Flame Hashira. He looks amazing. He's a great guy, and like, Tanjiro's like kind of starstruck. And then
Mhm.
afterwards, when Rengoku dies, and Tanjiro has to take his sword back to his family to announce that he's dead, he meets Rengoku's little brother. And through his interactions with his little brother, he starts to realize that, you know, Rengoku also had it hard, just as hard as he had it, but in a different way.
Yeah.
That, Rengoku's father was a Hashira that was like disgraced, and he fell into alcoholism, and I think their mother died or left them with this like abusive man. And so, what Rengoku does to protect his brother is that he internalizes everything, and he acts as a shield for his little brother. And he realizes all the struggles that Rengoku had to go through. Whereas when we get Sanemi's backstory, it's more like we're not seeing it through Tanjiro's eyes. We're seeing it through Sanemi's eyes, because Sanemi is going through something in the anime that makes him like think back on what's happening. So it's
Oh,
not always through the lens of Tanjiro, but mostly through the lens of Tanjiro.
so I mean, that still sounds pretty similar to what they've given to a lot of other characters. I mean, because they did that even with some of the demons with it, where Tanjiro sees that they had it odd, he cries, he kills them, dead. Um,
Hmm.
so it still feels, at least based on the way that you explained it, it feels pretty similar outside of the fact that we see it also partially throughout somebody who is not Tanjiro, but seemingly it
I
doesn't
think it's
really
painting.
alter where, like, what happens, in that it's a formula where it's pretty repeated, only that it's
I
the
don't
slightest
think
variation of
it's.
we find out after rather than before, and we give one person's perspective. It feels very formulaic, and that's why I was wondering, like, if it affects the ranking at all.
I don't think it does. Like, because even though something may be formulaic, it doesn't make it bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Because what's happening is I think they're painting a picture of the world around them that creates these situations that are not great. Like, it's showing that the Hashira, despite being the best of the best of the demon slayers, are almost indistinguishable when you break them down to the demons who they're killing. And you're like, crap, like these demons were humans too. And they just ended up in different places. Like, Rengoku could have been a demon if he had gone down a different path. And it's showing you that the choices that you make can either make you great, and you can build off of a tragedy to be something great, or you can build off of a tragedy and be the villain. And I think that's what they're trying to convey, but I don't think that affects where Rengoku stands as a good boy, by the way, just so we're,
So you're putting
clear.
him in good?
Yeah, because we
Okay.
don't get him for very long, and we
Mhm.
kind of learn his backstory and his journey kind of in a very short way. So
Mhm.
I think because he doesn't get enough time, we don't get enough time with him, it puts him in good boy.
So, alright, I have to default to you, though it does feel at least a little bit odd on mine.
I mean,
Because
I want to put
regardless
him
of,
in great,
'cause
but I think it's just the issue is that we don't get much of him. Like, he's literally in a movie.
so the reason why it feels a little odd on my end
Yeah.
is just that, like, so, like,
Oh, it's Opie.
"Oh, hey, Alpi. How's it going? Welcome in." So the reason why it feels a little bit odd on my end when it comes to, Rengoku is just that, like, while the repetition of, like, the similar themes and similar beats that they hit with the tragedy which molded them into who they are. I think that if you're getting somewhat formulaic, even if there is some breaks and alterations in the formula of how you get there, or at least in the how they display how you get there as well, um, I do think that um, showing it in a similar manner, like repeatedly, is going to like make it shift in at least in my eyes. Again, this is someone who has not seen the movie, so that's why I'm defaulting to you on that. Um, but even if there is some alterations in the formula, the repetition of giving this one formula can hinder it, even though you're trying to use this to paint a picture of the tragedy molding them into who they are, and that's why there's the dichotomy of the Hashira and the demons, right? But because I've not seen it, I'm defaulting to your answer.
Fair enough.
Having a 6 mile walk today, haven't done that in forever. 6 miles out of nowhere is no fucking joke, man. Because how long is six
It really
miles? That's like
isn't.
what? About 13 Ks?
Don't ask me. I only know the miles because I'm American. We got them freedom units.
Oh.
Thank you, Matt. Matt coming in clutch with the mass.
Oh, it's nearly 10 Ks. But it was like 2.2, isn't it?
Oh,
Oh, apparently I was wrong. Either way, like a 10K walk. But yeah. All right. Natsu. Good boy.
isn't he from Fairy Tale?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Matt. But yeah, Natsu's a good boy. Like, there's not an insane amount of depth to him. He's relatively generic as a protag. Like, he will do the right thing. He'll fight for his friends. He cares about people. Eh.
I
Like,
mean,
he's pretty generic.
I have to ask, if he's generic, why isn't he in mediocre?
There's significantly more in terms of earning the morality, and there's bigger payoffs of him as like with strength of character, I would say, than there is with any of these guys, right? Because like
Okay.
Kirito kind of um fell into being like MC. Sung Jin Woo fell into being MC, right? Like they're very separate, whereas he didn't fall into this. He worked hard. He's gone through the hardships. He's earned these payoffs in a significantly stronger way than those two did, right? So
Okay.
there's more there. It's the generic protag done better than these two as a best boy.
Okay. Okay. I'll respect that. I haven't seen Fairy Tale. I just
Yeah.
know of Fairy Tale.
Let's
I
go on
read the
Hero.
first 2 manga volumes and I was just like, not my thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that there's value to him. It's just like when you compare that to like the other
Yeah.
best boys, like if you compare him as a best boy to Mob or Okaru, like ain't no fucking chance. He ain't
No,
close to
that's
that.
valid. Valid.
Just figured in my first stream. How do you find the format? How do you find these characters and their placements? All right. And while he's figuring through that, do you want to do Howl?
Ooh, how? I kind of want to put him in Good Boy. And
Okay.
that's only because, same as Deku, or Natsu, sorry. He's a wonderful person, and he does have some good payoffs,
Mhm.
but he does sometimes seem a bit generic and maybe a
Mhm.
bit too background noise.
Okay.
I like him as a character. Ooh, hold up.
And his name
Oh.
is John C.
How's it going, Becky? Welcome in. How's it going? Is Sebastian on there? Yes. Sebastian is in Good Boy. He's right there. I saw that you were streaming. We kind of overlapped in timing a little bit. But yeah, how's it going? Were you doing the Tomodachi? Also, thank you for giving her a shout out.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, Al. So I am assuming that he has like significantly better earned and like stronger payoffs than like a character like Natsu, right?
Oh, I was supposed to put
Oh,
this.
okay.
Oh, darn.
Be on the highest because he's simply one hell of a butler.
No, that's not what we're voting on here.
So I think he's
Ah, there we go.
partially just he's just kind of playing, I think.
Oh, no,
We are
yeah,
doing
yeah, yeah.
anime characters, so like if they have a manga separation, we're doing the anime version. He's on my arm, really? For the manga
I'm
or
telling
the
you,
anime?
Manga Sebastian is just better.
I'm not reading manga, so I'll have to trust you because I did not like the anime. Okay,
See, he knows it.
okay. I was about to say like the anime version is shockingly popular for what I watched. Like it surprised me because I'm like, really? This? Oh,
No, valid.
all right. Rentaro. This is an easy one for me. What we are doing at a row above. Oh, wait. Okay, here we go. Shadaro. That's it. He's one above the rest. He is the best boy in all of anime.
Okay,
Okay.
then.
Shadaro is the best boy.
Can't believe I'm writing Chad Terrell.
Okay, so the premise of the anime is fucking dumb and I love it. Okay. It is perfectly self-aware nonsense that you can't help but smile at. Okay. The premise of the show, he has been rejected basically all throughout his life. He's never gotten a girlfriend. Okay. Up till like middle school, he admitted to it, like his feelings, he confessed his feelings. The chick's like, I think you're great. I don't want to date you. Fuck no. Okay.
God dang.
Right? So and then he goes to a shrine, he prays to God. God, please, can I get a girlfriend? And essentially God's just like, look, man, I was watching TV while I was writing how many soulmates people were supposed to have. I accidentally wrote that you'd have 100, so there you go. You're gonna get 100 soulmates. Also, if you don't end up with them or if you deny them, they're going to die. So good luck, bro. And so this fucking Giga Chad, okay, this fucking Giga Chad, this man amongst men, he's like, I will date all 100 of them. I do not care. I love them all. I will do everything for my girlfriends. And in the beginning, in like episode 1, is episode 1 or episode 2, he's just like, I will commit seppuku if I've made you feel like you guys are not worthy or I'm mistreating you or I'm not giving you what you deserve. He will do everything for his girlfriends. Okay, he is the man. Chad Taro. Does anyone have any objections?
I mean, I don't know who you're talking about, so you do you, man.
It's definitely like if you can have fun with absurdist rom-com nonsense that is incredibly lewd, the 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You is the way to go. I don't know who you're talking about. We're talking about Rentaro. Fucking the Chad Taro. Also, hey Echo. How was work?
You beat me to it. How dare you?
Beating women is what I do.
You know what? I can't even with you.
All right. Do you want to go on? Oh, I think we're about caught up with who you've seen and who I've seen. But you're more familiar with Thorfinn, so I'll let you start with Thorfinn then.
Tragic. Instantly tragic.
That was so fucking quick. That was so quick.
This boy has seen stuff, been through stuff. He's the poster boy for that category.
No, that's Guts. That's Guts. Come on.
No, it's Thorfinn.
It's Guts.
He can share it with Guts.
Guts was born from a corpse that was hanging from a tree.
This man saw his father get shot in the face with an arrow. And then he got
really wanna
on
get
the
into
ship
this?
with the person who did the shooting.
Born from
And
a
was
corpse
like,
smell
yeah,
is
I'll be
fucking-
your lackey. Yeah, no. Thorfinn and Guts can share that category.
Okay, Guts was taken as part of a mercenary troop, and as a boy was R-worded for years and years and years by the people he had to serve. As a even younger child. It's intense, right?
I'm sorry. They're both sharing that category for me.
I'm not saying that like he doesn't deserve the category, but if we're saying the face of tragedy in anime,
You
it's
crying?
Guts.
Hello? Oh.
Yeah, redeem.
Yeah, okay. I was like, oh god. Someone's in here with me.
You crying? But
yeah, Thorfinn's
tragic is fair. Tragic is fair.
The whole anime is tragic.
Yeah.
And in the worst way, it's not tragic because it's bad, it's tragic because it's really good and it hits really too close to home.
Like, jump scare, bro. You're the one who did it. Oh, my life is tragic. Based. Fair. Relatable.
Fair.
By the way, I don't know if any of you have seen Fruits Basket. We had like an hour-long conversation about Fruits Basket. Immediately after we had like a 40-minute conversation about Jean versus Armin.
We did.
It'll be in the pod that I put up to YouTube.
Echo, watch
the whole
it.
thing.
Watch it. Please
Apparently,
watch it.
It's very emotionally heavy.
Yes, but also watch it. And watch the remake version. Don't watch the like the 90s anime. Watch the remake.
It's one of the few cases where I hear you can do that. Which is crazy that usually the remake or a sequel is trash, but apparently it's one of the few where the remake does it better.
Yeah. So absolutely watch the remake and watch the movie. I think there's like a movie somewhere in there. Watch that as well because that anime really is so good.
And you know what? Also, when you watch it, tell us in the Discord who your favorite boy is.
Absolutely.
All right. So, Satoru Gojo. Now, Chad Taro, right there. is the absolute best boy. Aside from Satoru Gojo, of course.
Absolutely. Gojo does things.
Well, okay, calm down.
He's such a goat.
There we go. No,
What?
legitimately, as a best boy, I do think that Rendero is significantly better. Like, this is fun for the meme and all, but like, I know he does things, and I've never seen the. Gojo he's not my favorite character, but he is number 2. Okay, but he is. It's either him or Yuji who would probably best represent the best boy archetype in the show, right? But Gojo is fucking great. I love him. I love Aoi Todo more though. But as a best boy, it's Gojo. That said,
Yeah, Aoi Todo is not best boy material, but like
he's
Gojo,
best brother
yes.
material.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if we're doing best brothers, Aoi Todo is number 1.
Yes.
But not.
His broship with Yuji is.
Oh yeah,
Mwah.
chef's kiss, beautiful, love it, 10 out of 10.
Love to see it.
His schizophrenic delusions are the stuff of legends. And the funny thing is, because Mahito can see the soul, he saw Aoi Todo's schizophrenic delusion in that fight. That's why he was so confused. He literally saw it. He saw Aoi Todo in his schoolgirl uniform beat his ass. Because that was the truth down to his very core. Fucking love that man.
Aoi Todo is something else. I love it.
But if we're going actually, Gojo's probably in Great Boy.
Yeah, I would put him there.
Yeah, like this is funny for the meme, but I reckon this is Great Boy. Like she should be higher because of the new last season episodes. My friend told me what we were rating characters. Hey, Cherry Blossom. So I mean, he should be higher in. He should be in Chadoro. Hmm. You reckon?
What's up, sluts? Guess who just got out of prison?
Thank you for the follow, Cherry Blossom. He should be in whatever's the best, Chadoro. But there's only one Rentaro.
I mean, for the tier list, he's got to stay in best boy because that was the highest tier until Mr. Chatero over here.
Hell yeah.
What's up, sluts? Guess who just got out of prison?
But Lego Sheep, he absolutely gets best boy.
But yeah, because
I
like
love him.
we have Legacy, we have Shirogane and Okrun. I think they're absolutely all best boys.
Yes.
And that is kind of like the highest tier. It's just that Rentaro is in an impossible situation that puts him in, and he's an impossible character that puts him in a separate tier. That, like, without reiterating everything, I can't go into properly. Or hear me out, Goku. Krillin's a better best boy. Krillin's a better best boy. And why is Tomoe not here? Because I've not seen it, so I can't rank. And I don't think that Frog's
I
seen
have
it
no
either.
idea. I mean, Tomoe could be literally anyone. That's a pretty common anime name.
Oh, you talked about the really, really, really slender, pale, sickly looking one with white hair and like cat ears and like long claws, like long nails. Mizuki Kiyosama from Kiyosama. I've not seen Kiyosama either.
Nope, don't know it.
Yeah, we could only rank what
mostly
we know.
Characters that like Hiro and I both know. And like some he knows and some I know.
Oh yeah, from Kami-sama. From Kami-sama. Yeah,
Yeah, don't know
so
it.
we've not seen that. That's the reason. Because if we're talking about like who a best boy archetype is, then like I would, and if they're only like a really like good best boy from a best boy sort of anime, there's plenty of characters that would be omitted. Like Alucard's not a best boy from a best boy kind of archetype anime. So, but because I want to get like a good spread, and also because like otherwise, everyone would be in like a best boy or a great good boy sort of thing. There'll be no mediocre, there'll be no bad boy, there'll be no trash boy, there'll be no tragic, and I think that wouldn't be fair. Tenya Ida definitely deserves a ranking. But I think if we're talking about a best boy, it potentially is Kirishima over Ida. So Ida is my favorite character from that show, but I think Kirishima maybe it embodies it a little bit better. Does that seem fair? I share a birthday with his brother also. Tenya is my favorite. Yeah. Tenya, I didn't like him at first. I thought he was gonna be really annoying, and then like he really grew on me. I see a donut on there. What do you mean a donut? Dude.
Rengoku.
Oh, okay.
Because he gets a hole put in him, basically,
Okay.
with somebody's fist, so he became the meme of the donut.
He a baddie? What? Tenya Ida? Fucking. Okay. All right. Maybe. Don't see it. All right. Spike. You want to go on Spike?
Definitely, I would say bad boy, because he does a lot of morally questionable things. Like, I get it. He's trying to get over a lady. He smokes, he drinks, yeah. Yeah, bad boy.
Like from My Little Pony? That's best boy. Wow. So Cherry Blossom saying best boy.
No. Like, I love Spike, don't get me wrong, but he does not embody what the tier list is thinking of, like, best boy. We're not thinking of, like, oh, he's the best. So I think you should probably explain that best boy is not. I'm
Yeah.
not dissing him. I
Yeah.
like Spike as a character.
Yeah, because if we're talking about like the writing of characters, the tier list would be different. Because like,
Yeah.
for example, I mean, Natsuo would still be in Trash Boy, but like if we're talking about like the writing, the tier list would be different. Like L would be higher; he wouldn't be in Just Good Boy.
Mm.
And Natsu would probably be in Mediocre, right? The writings would be different. It's partially the who they are as people, and so character like Jirogane are gonna benefit from having a more emotional depth in these ways. But then we also have to go into the conversation of like how are they as a best boy? Because so for example, someone like Madara Uchiha from Naruto, as a character, he's a very strong character. But if we were to put him in this list, he would have to be in bad or trash because he is like at the end of the day a villain. While there's a lot
Yeah.
of really good writing around him, there's a lot of valuable things with him. It's not best boy material because he does, in the end, combat these characters. How about Louis? Since we have Legacy on there, so we're doing just one per anime. Otherwise, we'd be here for like 12 hours.
Yeah.
You mentioned Uchiha's, and my friend frowned. They don't. Is your friend Toby Rama? What the fuck? Bro's best friends with the second Hokage. Based. I swear I'm not. But yeah, like I want to do multiple characters per anime because then I could do characters like Vegeta instead of Krillin, or I could do Vegeta and Krillin. Right? I could do Trunks as well. Like
No,
there's
Trunks, my baby. Wait, hold on. Future Trunks or Kid Trunks?
Future.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not ranking an 8-year-old as a best boy.
Yeah, but he grows up in GT.
We don't acknowledge GT, just like we don't
Oh,
acknowledge Dragon Ball Super.
okay. Okay.
Dazzy is that friend I'm talking about. I figured. Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, because I would, there's so many more characters. Not you also having Killer on the board. He's 12. 12 is older than 8. And hey, we put him in tragic. He's not a best boy. He's a tragic character.
He is tragic. Poor baby.
But yeah, there's so many characters I would want to put on here, but that would just be
Yeah.
forever. Then what about Gon? Because again, it's one per anime.
Yeah.
She said she was 12. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Again, one per anime, and this was discussed between Hiro and I to an extent.
Yeah. Like there's so many fucking characters I want to talk about that I can't. Like
Yeah.
I want to talk about Suzaki Kururugi. I want to. Right? I want to talk about Aoi Todo and Yuji Itadori. I want to have these characters and I want to have these conversations. I want to talk about Nanami. But
Nanami, my man.
like Tanjiro would absolutely deserve a conversation here. But
Yeah.
we already have like 40 fucking characters. We're already at nearly 4 hours with a whole row left. And that would be immense. That's so much.
Mhm.
Right? So like I think we have to have a way to cut off the amount, and one per anime seems fair. Because otherwise
Yeah.
it's not a best boy, then it's just who's a good character we like. And
Yeah.
that's a different conversation. Then we wouldn't be able to do that in any sort of like efficient fashion, I think. That seem fair? Now, the easy answer. Lloyd Forger is best boy.
Best boy.
Lloyd Forger is absolutely a best boy. Now, in a way, I think they did, Spy Family did this pretty well, because they kind of made him a Gary Stu. He's phenomenal at everything. He's phenomenal at everything. There's not a single fucking thing that he can't do until it comes to his family. When it comes to his family, he has social cues that he's not able to read, and there's problems there. So it's not just like with Kirito, where he's Gary Stu and he gets everything and all the women love him and there's no emotional depth there. There's more depth to his character than there is Kirito. There's more for us to develop with him, right? And because of the format of the show being more character oriented than power or plot oriented, it benefits him more. The same way it does
Yeah.
Shirogane from Kaguya-sama, right? So I think that is the epitome of a best boy, right? He's maybe the face of best boy as a tier, I think. Jinshi higher than that. I have not seen Apothecary, so I have not. Does Genshin count since it's an anime? I nominate Goro. I don't consider that. We would have to do just Genshin if we're going to do that, and that would be a whole thing on its own. I think if we were to rate best boys in Genshin, that would be one where we do have to do just Genshin characters, because that's
Yeah.
going to be like what 30 characters in its own right as well.
Yeah. Even if you just like subtract out all the female characters, there's
Yep.
quite a number of male characters too.
By the way, if you play Genshin, maybe you want to check out my account and those are the UIDs. True. Though there is an anime for. There is one that's being added, yeah. But that would have. I think I would want to do that at some point.
You should probably tell them that they're Asia and Taiwan.
Well, you'll be able to tell from the thing. So, like, yeah, I'm saying like check it out on the like Akasha or Enka. But yeah, if you want to add, then yeah, am I allowed to friend it or just look at it? You can friend. That's fine. All right, Genos as a best
Don't know
boy.
him, so you have to go.
As a best boy, I think he's mediocre. Right? Like, as a character, fun. I like him. I like him a lot. I like season 1 of One Punch Man quite a lot. Unfortunately, there's only 1 season of One Punch Man. Real tragedy. Real fucking tragedy that they only made 1 season. But as a best boy, because the show isn't for that formatting, he's very naive, and we kind of have to assume that that's just as a person. And not just in this instance when it comes to Saitama. He's pretty mediocre as a best boy. There's not much for us to grab onto in that sense. There's morality to him, but seemingly it might be partially out of obligation for him being a hero as an occupation.
Right.
'Cause he didn't care about joining the hero society. He was there for strength for his revenge arc, which
Right.
they pay no mind to. They pay no attention to his revenge arc, at least in season 1, which again, only 1 season of the show exists.
Yeah.
So yeah, as a best boy, he's mediocre. Now, if we're ranking Genos as like a best boy when it comes to how attractive everyone finds him, I know that everyone puts him in best boy.
I do not. I don't find him that attractive.
You're one of the few. He has a million stans and simps. Zora's on the list, or am I blind? So he is. We're not going to be able to rank him, unfortunately, because this
No.
was initially compiled for Corvian and I to do, but he was unable to show up today, so I had to adjust the list. He's seen One Piece. I have not. Well, I've seen some of One Piece. I watched about 50 episodes and did not like.
So Genshi and Zoro aren't getting ranked.
Yep. Now, you've seen Dr. Stone.
I have. Twice. No, 3 times.
You want to talk about Taiju?
Taishu's such a bro. Oh my god.
Love him.
Like, if I could have a friend like Taiju, I'd be set for life.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, if there's anyone that's best boy material, it's Taiju.
In that show, I agree, yeah.
I mean, Taiju loves his girl, unwavering.
Mhm.
He is dedicated to Senku as his
Mhm.
best friend in all the world.
Mhm.
And this man went into enemy territory and played the part just so he could help his best friend win a war. Like,
With no hesitation. None.
with no hesitation at all. He didn't ask questions. He didn't be like, oh, I don't know. He was just like, I got you.
Yep.
And then he did the thing. Like, this man, I protect with my life.
Yeah, I love Taiju. Taiju's fucking Chad.
Absolute
Okay.
Chad.
Okay, I love Taiju. He's a fucking goat. I
Mhm.
think that if there was more Taijus in the world, we'd all be in a better spot. And
Yes.
I think that when it comes to Taiju, it's absolutely ridiculous that he doesn't get more love as a character.
Right?
I think he deserves absolutely more than what he gets.
He needs
I
so
think it's
much
because
more.
he's kind of like loud and brash and a bit abrasive. Like he's hard for a lot of people to just really get into because of that it hinders him for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That said, right, what you said earlier, to reiterate a little bit, is the love that he has for his girl, the dedication he has for Senku when it comes to this, the unwavering trust that those 3 have in each
Yep.
other for what they know, what they need to do, is
Yep.
top tier phenomenal. Okay,
Yes.
the fact that he got turned to stone and during his time turned to stone, he's just like, Senku got this.
Yep.
What the fuck are we talking about here? Like that's a G. Okay, that is top tier shit, man. So I think we got to go good or great. I
Oh,
think
come on.
I
He's
think I
best
want to go great. I think there's a tier of separation as a good boy
Okay, fine.
behind. I think there's a tier of separation with him and characters like Kirishima or Machio
Mm.
or L. I do not think that he and L should be in the same tier of good boy.
No, 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 no.
Do you think
No,
that's fair?
Taiju is a goat.
Um, I'm gonna go. I'm tired. Have a great rest of the stream. Oh, good, man. Oh, good. Thank you for stopping by. Wait, so let's see. Zoro and not Jinji. Tisk tisk. Yeah. Jean isn't higher. What, Jean? From AOT? We had a whole hour-long conversation about Jean.
Oh no, let's not reiterate that,
Okay,
please.
okay. Jazzy, here's the thing. Okay, so you see in the pinned comment, okay, in there is a link to the YouTube where the whole pod will be put up permanently. Okay, and I'm gonna put the whole pod up there. And honestly, there's gonna be segments cut out of this where I put those separate. Because of how extensive it was, I'm putting the Jean argument or discussion as a whole separate video, and I'm gonna do the exact same thing with the Kyo discussion, and I'm probably even
Oh
gonna have my
no.
rant on Natsuo as a separate video. So if you wanna hear any of those, like they're gonna be in their own separate videos, but they're also gonna have the whole pod up as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had such a discussion between Sean and Armin, it was crazy.
Yep. Yep. That alright, sweet.
Nice.
Alright. Kuroko. I love this guy.
I do too, actually.
I
But
love
that's
this
only
guy.
because like he's so cool. Like I even though he's not the greatest, he's an amazing support and he doesn't mind being like running support basically. He's I I can't even put it into words. I'll let you do it.
Yeah, okay, so anyone who doesn't know basketball, he plays the point guard role. The point guard primarily what they do is they assist the scorers and the defense. They run the floor essentially, okay? They are supporting players. So he realizes his role. Guess what? Kagami, that's our fucking scorer. He will have the ball.
Mhm.
Wherever it is, he will have the ball. That's the light of our team. That's our star. He'll get it. And when he gets it, it'll be exactly where he needs it to be. He will not be impeded by anything. I will make sure of it. Okay?
Yep.
And not even just with Kagami. He does it with the rest of the team too.
Mhm.
So I think absolutely someone who knows their role, knows who they are as a player, and is willing
Yes.
to dedicate themselves to that role and realize where they are and what they're supposed to be doing and not get bitter or jealous, but embrace the player that they are and then be like, all right, let's get this shit done. Those are
Yeah.
positive qualities.
And he's like really good at it too. Like
Mhm.
I venture to say he's the best at what he does. Like instead of becoming bitter, he's like, okay, I'm about to be the best at this thing.
Yep.
And I love that. I love that about Kuroko because like sometimes like I got into an argument many years ago when this was coming out with somebody who said that Kuroko felt flat and not like he didn't have much of a character and I was like,
No.
you're wrong.
Yeah, that ain't fucking right. He's more
No.
reserved as being reserved as a person does not mean you don't have character.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. I think a
Like
lot of
it's
people
okay that
huh?
he's reserved.
I think a lot of people don't realize that there's character in everything that we do. So, for example, if I'm in a fight, right? If I'm in an anime fight, the way that I fight is also representing who I am as a character. If I decide to just
Right.
muscle through the fight, or if I try to outthink the person, or if I try to use my speed to blitz, like these things matter for how I fight, and that is showing my character too. Just like it does when it
Hmm.
comes to gameplay. That's reflected by your character. That is reflecting your character who you are. There's
Right.
character in everything.
Yeah.
But I think that there's also something that we do need to acknowledge.
Hmm.
As much as I love this man, we have to acknowledge the fact that who's the who's the pink hair girl who's always around Almine?
I don't.
Well, she loves him. He knows that. He doesn't really acknowledge it. He doesn't do anything with it. He doesn't accept or reject.
Oh, Momoy.
Oh my, that's it. Yeah. He's just like, okay. That is not best boy behavior.
Look, some guys just be focusing on themselves and they got time for women.
I get that. And look, I think if you're saying like for example, an example of focusing on the task is like we'll go to the real world. Someone like John Signal.
Mhm.
He was like, "Look, I'm not in a position where I can be a dad, so I'm not going to be a dad because that's not fair to my kids if I have them. I'm focused on
Yeah,
being a wrestler, and so that's what I'm going to do."
right.
That said, there's a difference there with John Cena actively denying kids and Hiroko kind of just not really acknowledging the situation around him. I think that's separate.
Mm, I don't think he's I don't think it's conscious though. Like I think he's just to an extent socially awkward. Maybe he doesn't know how to deal with those feelings, so he's just
Mhm.
not dealing with them.
There's a real potential for
I
that.
th-
Absolutely.
because that's kind of how I read this. It's never really addressed, so
Yeah.
all of that is speculation.
Yeah.
So like, but how I read the situation is that he's not used to that kind of attention,
Mhm.
so he's just not sure how to handle it.
I agree, but I do think that because you're unaware of how to handle it,
Mm,
still not handling it, I feel like would have to deduct
yeah,
some good boy points. I think
that's true.
that deserves a good boy ranking still.
I still think he's great boy.
Really.
Yeah, I mean because I can't fault the man for being socially awkward because again, these are teenagers.
Mhm. Mhm.
They're not even like out of high school. Like
Mhm.
he's allowed to be socially awkward
Yeah.
around women. But he may grow up and he may be perfectly fine around women finally. We don't know. That's not where the anime goes, and it's not
Yeah.
really the focus of the anime.
Yeah.
So I think in terms of like Kuroko as a person, he's a team player. He supports his team, not just what the fuck. I'm blanking on the name. Why? Really late. That's
Kagami.
why. Yes, Kagami. He supports Kagami. He's not bitter. He's soft-spoken, reserved, kind, and he doesn't lash out at her
Mhm.
for, displaying these emotions that he doesn't understand. He just kind of lets them happen. So he's not hurting her.
Mhm.
So I do think he's still great boy, even if he's a little awkward around her. I mean, there is potential that he may finally be like, "Oh, that's what's happening." So, I
I
mean, I still think he's a great boy.
I will accept. Don't know that I agree, but I will accept Great Boy as long as we agree that it's probably lower end Great Boy.
Yeah, I can accept that.
Okay. Okay. That feels fine. I'm okay with that.
Good.
All right. Takumi from Initial D.
Oh, this is all you.
That's a mediocre boy. Now, I love him because I love the anime, because it's a fun anime. He is not best boy material. Now, he's
Mm.
best boy by default in a good anime. This is not an anime for a best boy archetype or for a best boy format. That's just the reality of it. That's why when we did
Mm.
the best girls and we were discussing all of that. That's why the the female from there, I can't remember her name, the woman, the love interest that he had, that's why she wasn't in there. It wasn't really all that. The show wasn't about that. And
Mm.
so it wouldn't be fair to rank him higher because he is by default the best character in that regard. He's a mediocre boy as a best boy. As a character,
Right.
he's a good character, but it's mostly about fun, driving, hype, energy. And it's excellent at that. The
Mm.
show is better than the sum of its parts.
Yeah, that's fair.
Isaiah Orihara from Durarara.
Definitely don't know this one.
That's a bad boy. That is the worst boy. I love him. That's the worst boy.
Yep, I'll
He's
accept that.
he's just straight up a dick. He's a total piece of shit. I love him. He's fun. He's great. He's my favorite character in the whole show. Fuck this guy. This guy is an asshole.
I like how the trash boy has only one boy in it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't see anyone joining him. It is actually wait. I spoke too soon. We'll get to
You're
that.
right.
We'll get to that. All right. You want to talk about Archer?
I only know Archer because he was in Honkai Star Rail. I don't know much about Archer.
Okay. He's a bad boy.
Bad boy.
He's kind
I'll
of a
take it.
dick the entire show.
Isn't he pretty tragic though? Doesn't he have like a really like sad backstory?
So I think that if we're talking about tragic, there has to be a degree
Mm.
of separation, right? Because there's
Right.
a lot of like harshness to a lot of these people's backstories for a lot of them. Like Spike has
Yeah,
a
yeah.
pretty rough backstory.
That's rough.
The sick mom that Sung Jin Woo has is a pretty rough backstory. You could say that about like a lot of characters like Denji.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that the level of separation of backstory between Archer and uh these three, and then Lelouch's current circumstances. Even his backstory is pretty rough, but like mostly it's the current circumstances that puts him in tragic, as we discussed.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a significant degree of separation, I think, between those characters and Archer.
Okay. Fair enough.
So like,
Because I haven't seen this anime, so
I think Fate Stay Night's pretty solid, pretty solid.
I just saw him and was like, ooh, hot man.
They have a girl for the guys too in one of the other ones. Search up Ishtar.
Ishtar?
Ishtar. She's from Fate Grand Order.
Fate Grand Order. Okay. Oh, hello. I've seen her around
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Her and
a
Rin
lot.
Kosaka are like the favorites when it comes to the women in the show. Oh, and Sable, who was also in HSL.
Yeah. I wasn't going to get Saber, and then my friend Shine was like, "Hey, I heard Saber's coming in. Can you pull her for me?" He doesn't even play, so I had to pull her for him. And I was like, "Okay, whatever."
Yeah, yeah. He's as a character, he's not a bad character, but as a best boy, he's a bad boy.
Fair enough.
Have you watched Konosuba?
Yes, I think we watched 2 seasons, and we didn't like 1 or 2 seasons, and we didn't move past that. But I know who the main character is.
Yeah, Kazuma. I love
Mhm.
him. The show's fun. I love Darkness. I love Megumin. He's a bad boy.
Yes, he's a bit of a bad boy. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, he's very degen, and the show's very degen. That's what makes it fun and enjoyable,
Yes,
he's a bad boy.
but not best boy. Definitely not best boy behavior.
Yeah, absolutely. Not best boy behavior, not best boy character.
Not even great or good boy. This is just
Yeah.
bad boyness.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, absolutely.
while it's fun to goon. Like no.
I have so much fun with this show. Like, for example, when we're going into when he thinks he's gonna die, and he's like, Aqua, I don't find you attractive. I tried. Boy, did I try.
I
But you
love
just do
that.
nothing for me. And then she's crying and she's like, please don't give up on me. It's fucking great. Or when she's showing her card about like how she has how she's like higher level and stuff like that, and he's like, wait, leveled up, but your stats are the same. Like, oh, I guess they're already maxed out. And then he starts crying. He's like, no, her intelligence will never change. Like, that's fucking great. That's hilarious. I love this show. Okay, good shit. It's funny.
It's
It's
so
great.
good.
But
I love
these
it.
aren't best boy attributes. They're not.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I agree. uh,
All right. And time for the only other person that could potentially join Natsuo and Trash Boy.
oh no.
Sora from No Game, No Life.
I
Have you
hated
seen
that
it?
anime so much. I'm sorry. That anime was crap.
Yep.
He's
You want to rant
crap.
about it first, or should I? No, you rant
You
first.
no, you go ahead. Look, it's like 4 a.m. You go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. The pseudo bullshit incestuous relationship between him and Shiro is fucking
Mhm.
trash. Okay, you could chalk that up to an issue of the show rather than an issue of the character. I don't fucking care. I don't. Okay, because guess what? What I said earlier, it still reflects his character. Okay, and it's not like a situation like that happens all the time in anime. Like we can even fucking talk about with Natsuo, where they're like their sister brother, but like they just met at 17. No, they were raised together. Guess what? She's wearing a shirt and basically nothing else. She'll sit on his lap. What the fuck? How does that not reflect his character? That's weird. She's like 12. He's not. Okay? Fuck this guy. That's very pedophilic. Bullshit. Piece of shit.
Yep.
Trash boy.
Yep.
Fuck him.
Absolutely. Trash boy.
And then also like they do this just so that they can have like all the other the female archetypes. Like we have the Tsundere, we have what's her name, Jibril, we have the angel girl, and so we can have
Yep.
them in these lewd situations, right? And guess what? He puts his sister there too. She's had lewd situations too because of him too. Bullshit. Right? Remember when he was having that battle in the game with Jibril, who's an angel, and like
Yep.
whatever you said would either appear or disappear or whatever. And so he said
Yeah.
clothes. His sister's in the room. What the fuck?
Yeah. That anime is so trash.
Now, if you want to watch it so you can turn your brain off and have fun watching some bullshit thing happen in lewd situations, that's fine. I can understand that. I can kind of respect that. Okay, cool. But do not look me in my fucking eyeballs and tell me he is anything but a trash boy. I will deck you.
Yeah. No. I will never reclaim the time I spent watching that series, and that pains me to this day and makes me kind of angry.
Not me. I'm not angry at all. Can you tell?
Absolutely not.
I'm as calm as can be. Cool as a cucumber. I'm a sweet shy boy with no rage or
Sweet shy boy.
malice whatsoever in my being.
Again, Echo is the only one that calls you this.
She said that a couple of times. I don't think that she legitimately calls me that. But you know what? Maybe after like my insane fucking rage-filled rants, I'm not a sweet shy boy anymore. We'll find out.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to talk about Haku?
Mm,
All I heard was a
I would
nice.
I would say good boy, because
Mhm.
it's the same situation with Hal. Unfortunately, Studio Ghibli movies tend to want to focus on their female protagonist,
Mhm.
and the men are more often there to be like
Support.
um accents to the females. Yeah, the supports.
Sure.
So even though like he does have a degree of separation from the mediocre tier, because he does good things,
Mhm.
and it's clear that he is a good person. Um, he just can't rise anywhere else because we just don't get enough character development on Haku. As much as I adore him,
Yeah.
it's the same with Hal. As much as I love Hal and how kind and generous he is, Haku is the same, kind, generous. So not mediocre, just good.
Yeah, because the show is about Chihiro. It's not
Yeah,
well, the movie, I mean, it's about Chihiro. It's
yeah,
not about him. So
right.
there is, and because it's a movie, which is significantly shorter than any of these shows,
Mhm.
it can't then later on and go, okay, we're gonna have 20 episodes, just a Haku episode, kind of like how they did with Minato.
Yeah,
So I think Good Boy is fair because it really does want it to be about Chihiro in that movie, which
yeah.
is fine. Like I don't
And
think
I
that's a problem
mean,
at all. I think Spirited Away is
yeah,
phenomenal.
yeah.
But that does
And so is
alter
Hell's
him as a
Moving
character
Castle.
in terms of this
Right.
sort of a tier ranking.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, and time
This
for
is all you.
the last one, Himmel. Himmel is an interesting one to rank. Now, I know season 2 is coming out. I haven't started season 2. I'm sure there's stuff in season 2 that does reference him that he will be able to alter the ranking potentially here. That's fine. I can't do that on Reputation. That wouldn't be fair. Now, going into Himmel, um, he's in an interesting spot because the way that the show format goes, when it reflects on him, is that by the time we see him, he's basically at the end of his life. There's not been that much about him in season 2 so far. Okay. I'm sure like
Aw.
it could potentially like change him as a character, but okay, so that means that this would hold up decently well then. So that's good. Is that Frieren is going on her journey, on a new journey, and he's from a journey past. Okay. And on this new journey with Fern and Stark, she also reflects on the journey that she had with her previous traveling partners, right? Which is like Himmel the hero, right? And he had feelings for Frieren. She is so fucking autistic, she didn't really realize until later, until this new journey. And she's an elf and she's immortal. And so, like, she kind of looked back at her more um nihilistic view on life in a way. It's more nihilistic because like how is she supposed to attach significant meaning to moments when she'll never run out of them, right? And
Right.
so upon all of these things, she kind of looks back on her relationship with Himmel and who he was as a person as well. And and that kind of starts to change her as a character. I think it's partially because she's on the outside looking in on a similar relationship with Stark and Fern, a relationship that's developing. Now, because he's from a a um travel past or mission past, whatever you want to call it, a quest past, that's going to change it because we're seeing bits and pieces. We're being um, spoon-fed bits and pieces of information and context about him. We're not seeing it unfold gradually, like them going through the story and going through the world and going through that mission, that quest. Um, we're just getting bits and pieces. That's gonna hinder it a bit because sometimes we'll see a new bit, a new flashback, and it's them at a different point where it's just like it's not like jarring or anything like that. It's not hurting the show, but um, there's probably some development that we would have benefited from seeing if we're seeing it as a show about what he is, which is not what the show is. So again, it's not hurting the show. But when talking about him as like a best boy, it would potentially help us and would help his ranking here if we were seeing it without those missing connective tissues, right? That said, he is a very moral person who does a lot of good things. Um, he's optimistic almost to a flaw, but I don't necessarily think that's hurting anyone as a best boy because you could say the same thing about Taiju. Um,
Hmm.
he's strong but kind and gentle, which these are positive traits to go a level of care and being gentle while still having immense power. That's great. That's always good, right? If you're just because you're strong doesn't mean everything has to be strong. That said, we're not getting all of these other little moments of stuff like we are from longer shows as well. Like Hiroshima from My Hero probably has more screen time. Definitely has more screen time than Himmel. He's significantly more minor of a character to that world than Himmel is to his. Right?
Yeah.
It's hard to rank him because of these things. But
Hmm.
I'm leaning between I'm thinking more Great Boy, but I could be argued into Good Boy. I think there is probably a tier of separation between him and a lot of these others. I
Mm,
think I want to go Great Boy. I think I've talked myself into it though.
yeah. I mean, from now I'm just basing it off of what you're saying.
Hmm?
Because he's lacking context, I still think he kind of belongs in Good Boy because of the lack of context.
I
Like
could
if you
understand that,
look at
yeah.
Rengoku and Hao and Haku, like they're in Good Boy tier because we lack context with them.
I could be argued into Good Boy. I wouldn't be that surprised. So I can't go Hal or Rengoku because I've not seen those movies.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I
we'll
understand.
go Haku because that's one that we've both seen, right? Um,
Yeah.
I think I think they're both similar in ways, right? In terms of like what they bring to their respective female counterparts, and that
Mm,
emotionally they start to really open them up as people. Now that's
mm.
pretty simplistic as a way to view that, I know, but
Yeah,
I'm talking
yeah.
about the role partially in the story. Um,
Right.
and also because of them, that's part of why they even go on this journey. Um, Himmel is in that odd spot, and I think there's
Okay.
also
Mm,
going to be it's a weird thing. So with Himmel, he's in a very beloved anime to the point where some people I think will get fucking rabid if they see him in Good Boy.
right. No, that's
Now,
fair.
I'm okay with those people being rabid. I don't fucking care. Okay. Um, but I think that there is an interesting thing about the level of resonance that a lot of people have with that character, opposed to Aku, who I think wouldn't have that same level of backlash.
Right.
Um, Maddie, since you're up to season 2, what do you think about Himmel? Like, I could I could 100% understand anyone who puts him in Good Boy. I think anyone who puts him in Best Boy is smoking crack. Like, no, he's just not. I get it.
Unfortunately, I haven't watched Fremen, so
Mm,
like Himmel kind of lost on me. I'm going
mhm,
off what you're saying
yeah.
more than anything.
Kinda like how I was when you were talking about Kyo, yeah, which is like, these are
Yeah.
fair questions. Um, I think he's supposed to represent the archetype extremely well of like a best boy,
Hmm.
right? That said, because of that, they're also kind of lacking to give him sufficient flaws, I think.
Yeah. I mean, from what you're saying, that's true.
Yeah. Right. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning good boy again now. Like you see, it's in a very odd spot. Like it's so
Yeah,
between. I think it's either high good boy or low great boy. Um,
right.
because he
It was
better
kind
fits.
of it was
Go ahead.
kind of where we were landing, like where I was landing with Roy here. Like sometimes it's just hard to place, like either or.
Yeah, and like I don't know because so we'll look at the person who's next to him, Kuroko. Himmel better fits the archetype of what a best boy is, but there's a lot more character and a lot more depth with a Kuroko than there is a Himmel. That's because the show
Yeah,
allows for more depth with Kuroko since the show is Kuroko no Basket.
yeah.
So,
But yeah, I mean,
you want to do a coin toss?
yeah, coin toss.
Because I don't know, it's so between. Find a coin. Oh wait, do you have a coin next to you?
No.
Honestly, who carries like hard money at this point? You know what? Fuck it. I'll do a virtual coin toss. Heads,
That works.
heads. He goes up to great boy. Tails, he's good boy.
Okay.
And it is tails. All right.
Down to good boy.
You know what? That's fine.
Sorry,
I'm okay
Himmel.
with this. Now, did we get anything wrong? Of course we did. Let us
Absolutely.
know
It's
in the comments below. I'm gonna post this obviously in the Discord. Let me know in the Discord. But man, what a fucking list. 4.5 hours. 4.5 fucking hours of this. And we only did one per anime. Ridiculous.
I blame the Armin Gene discussion.
And the Kyo Yuki discussion. You
I
got
don't
so impassioned about that one.
I hope Kira didn't think I was like being mean or anything. I was like, oh no. I was like, I gotta comment down, but I couldn't because like,
No.
oh,
It's
I just
we
love
know
that
it's
anime so
passion.
much.
We know it's passion, not rage or anything like that. Not
Okay,
vitriol.
so
It's just
you
passion. It's
okay.
it's from the chest.
Yes. It's Fruits Basket's so good.
All right, I'm gonna fucking rush through this ending because man, it's been nearly 5 hours. It's
Oh,
1:30 in the afternoon. I haven't even had breakfast. It's over. It's like what past 4 in the morning. You haven't slept. Like we're
yeah.
fucked at this point.
I haven't slept all day. Like this is the next day for me. I
Yeah.
didn't sleep yesterday.
All right. Now listen here, you fuckers. Give Frog a follow on Twitch and sub on YouTube. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. I'm
Where's
not
the
coming
other
to you. It's a
where's
different
the
thing
other raid
entirely.
message? I don't see it.
Hmm? I'm
Where's the
looking at
other
it.
raid message?
I put it in the chat.
Oh, weird. I don't see it. But okay.
I can DM it to
I
you if
see
you
the
want.
sub raid, but I don't see the raid message, like the non-sub.
It shouldn't be a problem because you're subbed at this point.
Okay. Well, yeah, I am. Most everybody else is too.
Yeah, right. All right. Is there anything you wanna? Is there any way you wanna like sign off? If is there anything you want to plug or anything like that?
Nope. Just me. You just for Twitch. I'm a small frog in a small pond playing Minecraft.
All right. Let's dip out of the call so that way you can go to bed.
All right. Good night, everybody.
All right. Night Frog. Thank you for stopping by again
Yeah,
and
sure, no problem.
helping put together this list.
Yeah, no worries.
All right.
All
See ya.
right. Bye.
That was a lot of fun, but oh my god, my throat's fucking killing me. Yeah, let's see. I want to raid out. So we have the raid messages. I'll do it again just to be sure because I don't want anyone who's like not subbed to not have a raid message, but that should help. All right, let's see. I don't know who to raid because I'm streaming right now. You know what? I don't think I've done Brit in a while, so I think I'll give him a raid. Oh, oops. This input. And my throat is fucking sore. I ran out of water halfway through. I needed to keep going. I want to make sure that he's still not ending. I don't think he is. Yeah, we should be good. Oh. Yeah. Honestly, this was a lot of fun. I'm glad that we were able to do this. I want to do more like this, but obviously, like, I want to branch out too. So I think that next pod we're gonna be doing Code Geass, but I think I said that last time too. So we'll have to see. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where we're going in next week's pod, but I have a lot of ideas, a lot of things written down for what's gonna be coming up. So, you know what? Stay tuned. And yeah, it'll be probably Sunday instead. So today's Saturday, my day. It'll be probably Sunday next time, just because I had to move this up a day. Yeah. Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you for the follows. Thank you, Becky, for the raid. I'll see you guys next time. Later.